Yeah. Listen. They flip the name, try to flip the page, but the story ain't changed. Copper blood in my veins, still here, still rise. Copper tone glisten when the sunlight hit. Original people, they been lying on the script. Erased up faces, but the evidence sit in the bones, in the soil, every artifact lit. Stop, they distort what the scrolls say, but the lineage don't stray. My ancestors echoing all day. I can't be erased, no way, no way. Stone cities in the dirt that they never taught. Builders of the science that the world still call. From the rivers to the hills, man, the truth been bought, but the soul can't sell, now it can't be bought. How come they reclassify, but the shine don't fade? Why? How come the first ones walk with a flash got laid? Why? How come the story buried in the false parade? Why? Foundational, original, still here, unafraid, classified.
Send out some invites real quick, y'all. We about to get into it.
The record won't hide. Look, people still rise. Tell me how they gon' hide it when the proof still breathe. Carved hands in the stone and the roots and the trees. From the earth to the sky, man, the legacy sees. From the pyramids here to the seas. Overseas, they drew lines on the map, but the blood too pure. Changed names in the books, but the facts endure. Erased copper tones, still the truth secure. Every law that they wrote couldn't shut that door. I'm the voice of the sun with the flame intact. Ancestors crowned with the gold that's black. They can hide the receipts, but we bring it back. I'm the proof for the soil and the world off track. How come they reclassify but the shine don't fade? Why? How come the first ones walk with a flash got laid? Why? How come the story buried under false parade? Why? Foundational, original, still here, unafraid. Reclassify, yeah, but the roots don't die. Nah. The record won't hide, Lord. The people still rise. How come they cover close to survive the rain? Yeah. How come they cover lies but the facts remain? Whoa. How come the beat still bang in the face? Yeah. People of the sun reclaim the name. Rise. Original in the land, no debate on that. From the mounds to the fields, we created maps. Every rhythm, every code, every sign's crack. It's the breath of the past that they can't subtract. Copper crown, skin glow, it's a fact, not claim. First builders in the dirt, first ones with flame. I'm the whole world.
Come on up in here, get them lights up. We about to get started.
Bridge to the proof that they can't contain. Feel it, spirit still speak when the beat go. Landing louder than the lies that they reload. Truth history buried, but the roots still regrow. People of the sun, let the whole world know. Yeah. How come they reclassify but the shine don't fade? Why? How come the first ones walk with a flags got laid? Why? How come the story buried under false parade? Why? Foundational, original, still here, unafraid, reclassified. But the roots don't die. The record won't hide. Look, you the people still rise. Still standing, still riding. Copper skin glow, ancestors still riding. Reclassified name, I'm the soul still riding.
About to get started here. What's going down, everybody? What's going down? Yeah, we about to get to it, man. We about to get to it. Hold on, we get some more people up in the room real quick. Let me put that on pause. Hold on, we done with that. How's everybody's night going? How was everybody's night going? We about to talk about it, y'all. I mean, this is a discussion. This is actually part 2 of a discussion that we started last night. If y'all was rocking with me last night, man, I fell asleep. Just what it is, man. We were going last night, brother. I mean, it was into. I'm on the West Coast, so I don't know how some of y'all people on the East Coast stay up, but man, I don't know how y'all do it, man. But it hit about 2:33. And my brother Foundational was on the panel, and he was controlling it. So I said, let him do his thing. And I put it on mute, and I was like, I was out. Y'all just couldn't hear me, but I was out. So if the live dropped for inactivity, my bad. But I had to get some sleep. I had to lay it down. But I saw my brother Foundational up in here. He was running the panel, and he was doing an excellent job. So I just let him do what he do. We about to get into it, family. We about to get into it. Y'all coming up in here. We about to talk about it. We still on this African FBA divide discussion. I think this is a real discussion that we have to have. The delineation is strong. We're not going backwards, but we just want to get some straightening and some understanding. We got to get this understanding. I mean, we're not evil. We're not bad people because we want to delineate, right? That's not the purpose. The purpose of the delineation is so we can get on code and do what we need to do as a people. And we're not trying to bother nobody. We're not trying to hurt nobody, but we're just trying to build something better for our community. So let's talk about the stereotypes on both sides, right? Africans often call FBA lazy. They call us lazy. They call us uneducated. They say we're violent and we are without culture. That's what they say. That's what they say. This is the stereotype that they put on us. This is the stereotype that they adopted from 𝗤𝗔 supremacy talking points. There's no way a people who were enslaved, who built the country by force, could be in any way or shape lazy. Everything this country has is because of what FBA's built. Go back to the video where you hear Trump saying, America's damn near created everything. What else can we do? And everything he rattled off, FBA's built it. We built it. We invented it. We did it. The very invention, y'all wouldn't even have stocks and bonds if it wasn't for foundational Black Americans. We were the first stocks and bonds on freaking Wall Street, family. Do you understand that? We were the first stocks and bonds on Wall Street. So the fact that they would use these talking points like uneducated and lazy, those are stereotypes that are misrepresented. They're not based around anything in facts. They're isolated issues. They're just wrong. They're just wrong. It has no it has no understanding behind it. Again, no other people have gotten attacked or over policed like foundational Black Americans. No other people. So to put those stereotypes that we're lazy, uneducated, I mean, we can debunk the uneducated part. I mean, some of our Black women are some of the most educated people. They got degrees after degrees after degrees. Education, again, is not a sign of intelligence. It's just a sign that you can regurgitate information, and you might be good at remembering some things, right? But that's not a sign of intelligence. Most of the people that run the world, they're not educated people. Most of these people are high school dropouts. Some people didn't make it past third grade. And they're some of the most powerful people, right? So education is cool. You should get you some education, but that shouldn't be the only thing that determines your fate or your will in this earth. That shouldn't be the only thing. And to put those stereotypes on us because we speak with a different vernacular. See, sometimes it's because of the way we talk. We got flow to the way we talk. We got our they call it AAVE, but we got swag. I mean, we have a way that we talk that the world tries to imitate. You understand what I'm saying? Everything we say is cool. It flows. It's alive. It's like, it gets your brain. It gets the electrons and the neutrons in your brains popping. It's like when we say stuff, the adjectives, it gets your mind flowing. So just by listening to us talk slang and we say on fleek, we say it's popping, we say it's all good. Just the way we talk is, you can't say that's uneducated. Sometimes we look at accents and we think, oh, that's person's, man, some of the most countryest people are the most intelligent and wise people. So you can't look at just by how they talk from what region they come from and say, hey man, you're uneducated. No. These very people are inventors. They're innovators, right? These very people, if you give them an opportunity, they'll take your lunch. So to even throw these things on us, what I'm saying is it's not based on anything factual. It's based on everything that the mainstream media tries to push on the people, and stereotypes. Oftentimes, see this is what a lot of our black immigrants who come over here don't understand. Everything the white man is, he just blames the black man. So if the white man makes a mistake, he don't want to own up. He don't want to be accountable for that mistake, right? He uses something called a scapegoat system, right? And he puts it on us. All his degeneracy that he does behind closed doors, you know what he does? If he get caught, he's going to say, no, we did it. There was a book called To Kill a Mockingbird. Y'all remember that book? And they made a movie out of it. It's called To Kill a Mockingbird. It was all about a YT man, right, doing horrible things to his own daughter, right, and then blaming a black man who was just walking by. It was all about a YT woman who wanted a black man to lay down with her, okay? And he knew better than to lay down with that devil. And then when she got caught, she blamed the black man and said he did something to her. And when you can clearly look at the father and tell that this brother was doing wicked things to his own kids, and that's the culture. If you don't really understand YT culture, you won't even understand and know that this is something that they practice. Go to Paris. I mean, go to the country France. Just travel all over Europe. You'll see some crazy. It's here in America as well. They do some crazy things behind dark. Just the PDF files. Okay, they try to throw that on black folks, but let's be real. That's not really running rampant in our community. Now let's be honest. We have some people that practice that. And guess what happens when we find out? It's a rap. Don't go to prison. It's going to be a double rap, right? But this is something that's actually in their culture, family, that they throw on and they push on us. And these black immigrants come over and eat it up. And we don't even want to get on what goes on in there. We don't even want to get on what goes on in a lot of these black immigrants' country. We really don't want. They don't really want to open up that can. Because we can get them for everything from child marriages to, we can just go back into we can go into their history, or we can go to right now and we can just start blowing things up over there. I mean, we can start, all that what they do, women's circumcision. They don't really want to go there, but when they come here, they want to throw these stereotypes on us. Family, my question is, where do these stereotypes come from? And are Africans repeating YT supremacy talking points? Because let's be real, those narratives didn't come from just Africa. They came from CNN. They came from Hollywood. They came from a system that wants Africans to look down on us so they never stand with us. Because we can just look back, family. When has the African man stood with the Black American man? Let's just say it like that. When have they ever said, you are my brother and I'm standing with you and I'm in this fight with you? They've never done that. I ain't even say we were indigenous yet, brother. You're jumping a step. You're on page 4, 5, and 6. I'm still on page 2. Right? I didn't even say that we were indigenous yet. Right? I didn't even say that yet. You're jumping the gun. You see what I'm saying? See, when we say they're arrogant and they're clannish, that's not based on a stereotype, family. That's based on, we met you. We know who you are now. You see what I'm saying? See, before they even meet us, I remember when I went to see, I'm one of those people that actually went to Africa, right? So I went over there to Africa, and they were shocked when they met me. You're not quite at all what I thought you were. I thought Americans were like this. I thought Black Americans were like this. See, they were just shocked because they ain't never been around us. They have assumptions. But see, when we say a lot of you Africans are arrogant, a lot of you Africans are tribal, right? Childlike, hunter-gatherers. That's actually based on something that we've actually experienced. Those are facts. Those are facts. There's no unity on the continent of Africa. That's a fact. That's a fact. And just because you hear about some gang violence on TV, that doesn't mean that there's no unity in Black America, because gang violence is not Black America. That's just an isolated issue. Gang violence is street business. Street business is street business. If you in the street, you know what street business is, right? And you know how to navigate that and get in and out of that situation when you're there. If you're from the street. But if you're not from the street and you're from the outside looking in, you might try to judge a whole community based on something you don't really know about. Based on something you don't really know about. You're gonna try to say, oh, Bloods and Crips, right? GDs, all the above. You're gonna try to say street business is Black business, and that's not true. That's not true. We don't like violence in our community. We don't like criminals in our community. That's not true. So if you thought that, right, I would say come be around us and find out. Now, if you're hanging around the 16 to 17% of us that do partake in that, you can't blame us all for that. You hanging around the wrong, that's who you choose to associate with. But we have what we say, what we think about you and what we say about you is not based on stereotypes. We're not running around here saying y'all in mud huts. We're not running around here saying that. Now, if you get us mad, if you try to roast us, we're gonna roast back, and we might talk about them Jesus sandals y'all be wearing, them flip flops. We might get in the elongated foreheads. We invented comedy. We invented the stand-up comedy so we can roast you, and you'll get roasted, and you won't even know how to come back after we roast you. That's just what it is. But truth be told, the stuff that we say about Africans today, it's not based on stereotypes. It's based on our actual experience. When they got here, what were they saying? I'm not Black, I'm African. I'm not, I don't even want to get on the Caribbeans right now because we're going to get on them later. But we have an actual experience with you. So that's how we That's how. So now we know how to navigate. Now that we know about that flat blackness is never gonna work. Now we know that we're not all black. And we definitely know we're not all African. Yeah, comedy, but the way we do comedy, we changed the game when we did comedy. Comedy is universal, but our comedy, the way we do comedy, is different. And everybody copies us now. Let's keep that. That's a fact. We invented stand-up comedy. There was no stand-up comedy like us until we did it. And it's forever changed. That's just one of the many things we contributed to the world, man. That's not even all of it. That's just a little bit. Eddie Griffin is my father's cousin. All right, that's what's up. That's what's up. Eddie Griffin, that brother is hilarious, man. That brother, he do that Michael Jackson impersonation. You know, he's on top. You know, but we the ones. Listen, there's black funny, and then there's YT funny. We know that. We know that. It's different. What's good, Dr. No Job? What's good with you, brother? It's different. There's black funny, and then there's YT funny. We know YT funny is not, but when you get to black funny, you done crossed over. When you get to Dave Chappelle status, you done crossed over. Yeah, Bill Burr, he's comedy. I got you. Bill Burr, he's comedy. I like him. You know, that brother be like, yeah. He does that thing. He's a funny dude too, but guess what? Who is he imitating? He's imitating us. Who does he make jokes about? He's making jokes about us because we are when it comes to us, we're funny. I was watching a TikTok and a lady said, we came out of slavery comedians. He said she was like, those are the type of people you don't want to mess with. We came out of slavery comedians. I mean, we went through the most tragic thing that we can ever go through in our entire life. The most horrific. Talk about PTSD, trauma. And we turned that pain, that sorrow into comedy and revolutionized it. We turned it into song and revolutionized it. We turned it into every genre of music and revolutionized it. We took our athleticism and revolutionized sports today. Everything we touch, if you want to know who has the true Midas touch, it's got to be foundational Black Americans. It's got to be us. It's got to be us. If you can trace your lineage back to the 1870 census, you're us. I don't care what you call yourself, copper-colored, indigenous, African American, Hebrew Israelite, whatever you, Pan-African, and we don't really rock too much with the Pan-Africans, but you know, if you can trace your lineage back to 1870 census, you're us. And everything we touch, every industry we got in, we revolutionized it. From the car industry, that you can give George Washington Carver all types of credit. Floyd Patterson, you can give us all the credit for that. The mass production of cars, that came through George Washington Carver, who was one of our greats. The first biochemist. He learned all this stuff by talking to plants. Who can say that? Who can say they learned how to revolutionize mass production by talking to plants? Gave y'all peanut butter. If y'all like peanut butter, thank George Washington Carver. And many inventions that they locked away, family. They didn't even want to listen. White folks adopted this brother. Castrated this brother. Okay? And then when he passed away, they took all his inventions and all his documents and hid him away. That's what they do to us, brother. They want to own our genius, but they can't no more. But back to it. They learned all this stuff from, you know, CNN, Hollywood, whatever they say, some video that they play at the immigration office, you know, whatever they say. 𝗖𝗍𝘂𝘁𝘁, my brother. What's up, Nish? What's good with you, brother? So on the flip side, we don't really stereotype Africans. When we call them scammers, tribalists, and arrogant, that's just what they brought to that's just what they do. Now, all African scammer? No. All Africans arrogant? Somewhat, but not all of them. Are all of them tribalists? Most of them. But there might be a few out there who are not. There might be a few out there who are not. I remember going to Kenya and everything was about Kikuyu. Oh, watch out for the Kikuyu. You know, I mean, everybody does it. They have a tribe and they just demonize each other's tribe. They talk about the 𝗖𝗄𝘁 witchcraft. Watch out for the witchcraft in the 𝗖𝗄𝘁. Watch out for the Kikuyus because the women they'll marry you and they'll unalive you and they'll get you. You know, it's all. Listen, they can never get along because there's so much tribalism over there. Okay, it's no wonder they get along because at the end of the day, when it comes down to resources, they don't want the other group to get it. Everybody wants to get the resources and they want to lock everybody else out. And you know what we find out? As soon as they get here, you know what they do when they get here? They practice that same tribalism. They come here, they get involved in our politics, and you know what they do? They try to lock Black Americans out of everything. That's just what they do, family. I'm not making this up. We can go down the long list of the Black Caucus, full of tethers. We can talk about governors. We can talk about presidents. What they do, family, is they get into power and they lock out Black Americans. So we just got, our experience with Africans is just all we can do is tell you what we experienced. And we found out that a lot of Africans, especially them young ones, are very arrogant. Arrogant with really no IQ. I don't want to call them low IQ, but I'll just say arrogant with no wisdom and no research. They have no truth in them. They're full of just stereotypes, and they believe the things that they heard rather than the things that they've experienced and seen. And then they go and find the lowest of the low of us and try to compare themselves to make themselves look better to us. They don't even judge apples for apples, family. We the biggest, right? And they'll go find the lowest of us and say, see, I'm better than him. This nigga's on welfare. They'll do some stupid stuff like that when 64% of us are in the middle class or rich. We got more millionaires than y'all got. We got 3.5 million millionaires. We got more billionaires than y'all got. And y'all got 150 billion people. 1.5 billion people. And we got more billionaires than y'all. And y'all richest person he could solve the poverty problem like that. He don't even wish or care to solve y'all problem. See how that work? He ain't building no roads. He ain't making life better for none of his people. He's just billionaire. And you realize when you get to the billionaire status, when you become an elite, you don't really care about nobody else. We know that to be true. You don't really care about nobody. The moment you cross the B category, you can really make some changes in your community, and you don't do it. You just don't care. So, my next question would be, do these stereotypes serve us? Or do they serve the dominant society by keeping us divided? By Africans calling us uneducated and lazy, which is obviously not true. And we calling Africans arrogant and tribalist, which is based in a lot of truth. Who benefits? That's what I want to know. Who benefits? The truth is, both sets of stereotypes are destructive, but the bigger danger is when Africans align themselves with white supremacy and look down on the very people whose shoulders they stand on. I want you to understand that's the real problem, family. That's the real issue. I could care less what an African thinks. I could really do. I could care less because I'm focused on Black American business. I'm standing on, I'm standing on business over here. I'm fighting against my oppressor over here. But what bothers me, what gets my antennas up, is when I see other melanated people who look like me, who are cosplaying as me, aligning themselves with white supremacy. That's very alarming, and that's very dangerous. And you wonder why so many Black Americans are like Ice Ice Baby. You wonder why so many Black Americans are like Ice Ice Baby. You know what I'm saying? The reason why we're like Ice Ice Baby is because a lot of the Black immigrants, a lot of you melanated immigrants who come over here, especially from Africa, because I'm getting on y'all heads today, y'all align yourself with white supremacy. Y'all think white supremacist thoughts. Y'all can control your women in Africa, but you can't control your women when you get here, because they most of the time when y'all get here, they just divorce y'all. They get away from y'all. They become independent women and join the American Revolution on y'all, man. In Africa, y'all can whoop on them and do whatever y'all got to do. Y'all have a system there that keeps y'all women oppressed, but over here there's no oppression of women over here. So it's amazing me, like, why even come over here and risk that? Why even come over here, right? And then look down on the very country that's feeding you, and then look down on the very people of the shoulder that you stood on, that if it wasn't for them, you couldn't even get here. Let's keep that a buck. Well, y'all get them likes up. I want to bring some people up. Anybody want to come up? Come up, man. Let's talk about it. I'm open. I'm like, let's have a conversation. Where my people at? Where you Africans at? I see y'all in the comments. I wouldn't want to come up here if I was African, because you're talking to somebody who can give you the facts and put you in your place. You're not talking to some regular chump off the street. I've been to your country more than once. I hung around the people. I didn't just hang out at the resort. I actually went into the village. I actually rented a cottage in the village. I stayed there. I lived there. I got my groceries there. I see the scams that go on. I've been to a few countries out there already, man. Some passing through, some I stay a little longer. Kenya, mainly. But sure, I've been to Egypt. I've been a few places. So yeah, who wants to come up and let's have a conversation? Let's talk about the divide, the African and FBA divide, where it came from. I just told you two of them, sir. I just told you two of them. What does it matter any other place? I've been to Africa. I've been over there. Like I said, my wife is East African. My wife is Kenyan. Been all through there. But there's definitely a divide, and we're delineating. That's just what it is. FBAs, we're delineating. We're not. Socially, we're cool. Socially, if I see y'all in the street, I'm gonna say what's up. Y'all might not say it back because y'all know how y'all can be. Y'all don't want to make eye contact. Y'all want to look away real quick. Y'all want to act like y'all busy when y'all not even busy when we try to acknowledge you. It is what it is. When y'all get here, y'all get real crazy. In your homeland, humble people, gracious people. But when y'all get here, the ones that they send over here, y'all get real. I don't know. Y'all be acting weird. Y'all some weirdos, to be honest with you. A lot of y'all, when y'all get here, y'all be acting like some weirdos. Let's keep it a buck. You wonder why we don't really rock with y'all like that. It's not that we didn't want to. We're the only ones we're the only community that accept y'all with open arms. You go to the YT community, they ain't accepting y'all like that. They looking at y'all crazy. Like, oh Lord, they're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. You know, they look at y'all real crazy. We the only ones that's like, man, what's up? Come chill. But we ain't doing that no more. That's done. The reason why is because of this right here. Because the moment y'all get over here, y'all try to practice YT supremacy. This is what y'all do. Y'all try to practice YT supremacy. And even the very outfit that y'all wear, we made it popular. Y'all didn't even make African attire popular. When we put the 𝗖𝗍𝗁𝘁𝘂𝘁𝘁 on, that's when everybody start putting the 𝗖𝗍𝗁𝘁𝘂𝘁𝘁 on. That's when y'all start putting the 𝗖𝗍𝗁𝘁𝘁𝘁𝘁 on. If we go look at pictures of your people in the 50s and the 60s, right? And the 70s, y'all was dressed in suits and ties and flip-flops. Don't forget the flip-flops. Y'all were not dressing like the way we dress here in the United States. Let's just keep it a buck. Y'all wasn't dressing like that. We made this attire that this African brother is wearing popular. We made that attire popular. When we put the 𝗖𝗍𝗁𝘁𝘂𝘁𝘁𝘁 on, when we say Wakanda, everybody was on Wakanda. Your burner boy, he got all his game from us. All his game from us. Y'all went to our HBCUs back in the day and got educated, and guess what? It's called even the president, one of the presidents of Kenya came over here in the 50s and 60s and got an airport named after him, Kenyatta. He got around HBCUs. He came and got educated around us. He came over during the program and he stayed with foundational Black Americans in their home and got educated. So all that education that y'all don't have in your homeland, y'all came over around us to get that education. Let's just call that out. Let's just call it what it is. But if nobody wants to come up, I'll go ahead and touch on another point, man. Anybody want to come up and chop it up and talk about it? We can do it. The lines is open. If not, I got some more things I want to talk about. Let me switch it up a little bit. Hold on. We about to switch it up. Hold on. Let me make sure I get this right. Hold on up. That's fast forward. I want y'all to look at this picture back here. We about to talk about the buffer class, right? The buffer class role. Let's dig into the buffer role real quick. Family, you got to understand this. In every empire, the oppressor needs a middleman. In every empire, the oppressor needs a middleman, a henchman, right? A go-between. Somebody they can elevate to keep the main group oppressed. That's what Africans became in America. Africans in America became the buffer class. Look at this. Look at this in the background. I don't know if y'all can see it. I might have to change to another picture. But these are awards being given. And when you look in the back, you see all those different flags back there. These are not foundational Black Americans. These are immigrant blacks, melanated blacks. These are immigrants in this country sitting on a stage and getting awards. This is what America likes to do. They like to elevate the buffer class. The Africans became, in America, the buffer class. Think about academia, right? Think about politics. Think about Barack Hussein Obama. Everybody called him the first black president. They called him the first black president, first African American president. That's what they called him. But he was a Kenyan American family. He didn't descend from American slavery. Yet they propped him up as a symbol of progress. That, my friends, ladies and gentlemen, is the buffer class. See how that works? My question, though, my question for everybody is, why does the system prefer Africans as the face of black success instead of FBAs? I want y'all to ponder on that. Anybody want to come up? Just come up. You can just go ahead, just jump on in and we can have the conversation. But that's a question. Why does the system prefer Africans as the face of black success instead of FBAs? Why do they use so many Africans and put them in these positions? And then, you know, here's the issue, family. They think we don't know. Not us, them. Africans think we don't know the difference between an African and a foundational black American. In their mind, they believe they look like us. How many times have you heard an African say, "You look like somebody in my family"? Family, how many times have you heard them say, "You look like one of my uncles"? Family, look at my face. Let's be real. Look at me. I don't look like no damn African. I don't look like no damn African. When I got to Africa, I didn't have no twin in Africa. That's a damn lie. Everywhere I went in Africa, I could not find myself. That's just a fact. That's just a fact. But they want to say, we look like them. See, let me tell you like this. The answer is simple, family. Because they can separate us from our lineage and our fight, Africans are seen as neutral. Yeah, white supremacy is propping these Africans up that's exactly what it is. I 100% agree. White supremacy is propping up these Africans. And they know it. They know it. They know it, family. Don't let them act like they don't know what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing. They're doing exactly what Massa told them to do. They're like, hey, I got a chance to leave my shithole country, because let's keep it a buck. If it was popping, they wouldn't have left. And most of the time when they come over here, they never go back, family. They never go back. They never go back. They keep their butt over here and they eat off of us. Just call it what it is. They eat off of us. But Africans are seen as neutral. They didn't march in Selma. They didn't suffer through Jim Crow, family. So when they succeed, the system can say, see, black people can make it in America. The problem must be with FBAs, with the slave class. What I used to have a football coach be like, what's your problem? You got a chip on your shoulder? See, they want to peg Black Americans with a chip on their shoulder. And that's not true. And they look at the Africans as they don't have no skin in the game, so they can't really harm us. So they're seen as neutral. They can get away with saying things that we culturally don't accept. They can have their little conversation by the water cooler and drop in a bunch of N-bombs. Matter of fact, I'm gonna tell you exactly what it is, family. Whenever you see these people with these off-code people using the N-word and hanging out with people, that they're not hanging around foundationals doing that. I don't care if you're Hispanic. I don't care if you're YT. I don't care if you're Asian. I don't care if you're Indian. I don't care if you're Middle Eastern. If you're caught saying the N-word by an FBA, we're going to give you that business. We're going to remind you that that's a word you shouldn't be using. But you have a bunch of African. Remember when, what's that name? What's that MMA fighter? When he walked up to Joe Rogan and said, you my nigga. Remember that? And talking about he can say the N-word because he gets a pass. Most of those nasty, yeah, exactly. Man, listen, a lot of the rappers, even right now, they're not of the lineage. They're not foundational. They're not foundational. A lot of the rappers right now, they're not foundational. So you'll see them off code using the N-word. Man, I'm telling you, man, it's so bad, man. You got YT people saying it, you got Mexicans saying it, and they think it's culturally cool for them to say it. But the moment we use words that they don't like, they want to get upset. Like if I just start calling people wetbacks and wops and guineas and all that, man, they go crazy. Crackers and all, they'll go crazy. But they think it's cool to say nigga. They think it's cool. Nothing cool about that. You don't get a pass. If you're African, you should not be using the word at all. I remember we had an African up here. We black. My nigga, we black. And I'm just like, and I'm just looking at this fool like, you fool. Don't ever call me that. We the same. No. You're African. And I'm a Black American. You're African. And I'm a Black American. That's not the same. I'm from a totally different lineage than you. I come from a totally different background than you. My ancestors are not your ancestors. Remember when Joy Reid said, Joy Reid, a Congolese woman, talking about our ancestors went through slavery, went through Jim. No, Joy Reid, your family wasn't even here then. So how can you say our ancestors? Just yesterday on the panel yesterday, family, did y'all not notice that we had a Caribbean man up here? He kept saying us, we, our. Yeah, and she serves. I'm glad she lost her job. But remember we had the brother up here yesterday, he was talking about we, us, our, and everybody knew he wasn't foundational just by the way he was talking and the things he was saying, right? And he wanted to say, he thinks because he walked through the hood, and a few people greeted him, what's up, my nigga? A few people greeted him like that, he thinks he's culturally black now. Brother, I'll just say it like this, brother. Please stop using Brother Malcolm. He's not of your lineage. Okay? And understand, brother, we were living in a different time back then. We all wanted to believe that melanated people across the world was connected, but we know today that is not true. If Malcolm was alive today, you know what he'd be saying? Delineate. 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 That's what he would be saying. He would be lockstep and key with us here who are on code. You know what, man? Come on up here, brother. Come on up here, brother. That's not what Malcolm X said. And MLK, listen, MLK had a dream, but I'm going to tell you right now. MLK had a dream. But if he was alive today, his dream would be the same dream we have today. It would have upgraded to I Have a Dream 2.0, and he would be saying we need to be sovereign. We need to do for ourselves. We need to come out of this corrupt system and build our own system and become sovereign. That's what he would be saying if he was alive today. If. That's why we don't have leaders no more. We only had a code. We only have a code. Yeah, MLK wasn't a Pan-African. They keep trying to use it. They'll try to bring up Malcolm, and they'll try to bring up MLK, and they'll try to bring up all these things that, listen, today, we on delineate. Well, see, here's the thing, man. They're our ancestors. They're not yours. You don't see us quoting anybody from your lineage. We don't quote. See, you don't see Black Americans. We don't say, well, Mandela said this, or we don't even know who y'all leaders are. Really, just be honest. We don't even know who y'all leaders are. Y'all got 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝘀𝗶cie right now is y'all prince, right? You don't see us quote anything 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝘀𝗶cie says. We don't even quote that brother. Now, shout out to that brother. I mean, he's doing some positive things over there. Granted, yeah, he's doing some positive things. I hope he wins in all his endeavors, right? But we don't go look for y'all leaders and try to mix them up. We don't go in y'all past. Mansa Musa said this. We don't do that. But y'all try to go into our, we're not the same, brother. We're just not the same. And you gotta understand that. You gotta understand that. We're not the same. I'm a foundational, and you're an African, and that's okay. That's okay. Black people are really worried about black folks. We're not really worried about Africans. Y'all worried about us because y'all afraid that our switch up is gonna mess up what y'all got going on, and it probably will. It probably will. The country Nigeria was given the name by British. Yeah. Man, go ahead and be a proud African, brother. Nobody's stopping you from being a proud African. Be proud of your flip flops. Be proud of your big forehead. Be proud of your, be proud of your heritage and the culture and the tradition that you come from. Be proud of that, brother. I'm a proud foundational Black American. You know what I'm saying? I'm a proud foundational. Abdul, nobody cares about your bro. What does that mean? What does that mean, brother? Nobody cares. What are you talking about? You Ethiopia? Okay, shout out to the Ethiopians, man. Shout out to the Ethiopians. Come on up here and let's have a conversation, though. Don't keep talking in the comments. Just come on up, man. I'm summoning you. I'm summoning Ethiopia and goat hair. Come on up. Come on up. Some of y'all be bathing with that goat piss and y'all wash y'all hair with it. I'm summoning y'all. Come on up. Respectfully, though. Respectfully, I'm summoning y'all, man. Because the delineation is real. The delineation is real, man. It's just what it is, man. Y'all are the buffer class, and y'all know it. And we're not going to let y'all buffer no more. We just going to call it out. A lot of y'all we going to send back home. You know that? You know we going to send you home, right? You know you got to go. You can't stay here. You can't. because we not going to allow it. You know what I'm saying? We going to, listen, every time y'all do something off code, we're going to be like, that's a tether. We got a word for it already. See, that's powerful. When we name something already, that's power. We call it tether. So whenever we see tetherish activities, we're going to call it out. So let me tell y'all something. The days of y'all getting involved in politics, it's done. YT people ain't going to have no more use for y'all because we not going to vote for y'all. The days of the Barack Obamas, over. The Kamala Harris's, over. The what's the brother name? West something. I can't remember that other brother's name, but it's done. We got a name for it. And the moment y'all start talking non-FBA talk, that's a tether. We have them up on the panel all the time. They start trying to change the conversation to wondering why we can't be unified. Listen, there's a reason why we can't be unified with y'all. And it has nothing to do with skin color. It has nothing to do that we're both melanated. It has everything to do with the culture and the mindset. See, we can't unify with a tribal mindset. If you got a tribalist mindset, that's dangerous to the FBA community. And we look at you as more dangerous than YT people because you try to cosplay and blend in amongst us. See, YT people, they can't do that. We see a YT person, everybody's skin is on it, everybody's antennas up, everybody's spidey senses up. We're like, oh, we about to hear some bullshit. It's coming. It's coming. We're just waiting on it. You know, but everybody's ready when it comes. You see what I'm saying? But when we get these Africans now, listen. Now there's no place for y'all to hide anymore. Matter of fact, we're going to start doing lineage checks. We're going to start doing lineage verification checks on y'all. You got your lineage done? Where your family from? Show me the proof. If you ain't got your lineage, if you ain't verified, if your lineage is not verified, we know you're tethered. You see how simple that is? Listen, we didn't change the game. We don't even need the checkbox no more. And in California, we got them. We got every checkbox. We got Korean, we got Nigerian, we got Ghanaian, we got King. Y'all got all the check boxes to check now. Y'all don't got to check African American anymore. But in case y'all do, we don't even need that anymore, family. You know why? Because we're doing lineage verification on y'all now. See how quickly we took the power? We're getting everybody to do their genealogy. Everybody, if you haven't done your genealogy, start doing your genealogy. And if you need help and you need somebody to do your genealogy for you, holler at me in the inbox. I will connect you to the person that did mine. And you will have you will have your own personal genealogist. I think it takes about 7 to 10 days, and they're gonna get you lineage verified. How about that? And you can put that on your on your social media so the world can see. We don't know who's who. That's powerful. We just took back the power right there. Just took back the power. So holla at me, get in my inbox, but I'm going to connect you, get your, if you are a foundational Black American and you haven't got your lineage done yet, your genealogy done yet, and you want to get that done, just holla at me, man. We're going to make sure we going to get you right. We're going to get you right. I'm going to connect you to the people that hook me up, and they're going to hook you up too. How about that? How about that? And we're going to be 1,000 steps ahead of these hunter-gatherers. Hit me in the inbox, brother. I got you. I'm gonna connect you. Hit me in the inbox. I got you. I'm gonna get you to the right people. I'm gonna get you to the right person. Hit me in the inbox. I got you. I got you. And they're gonna get you right. because I want all my people to get their lineage verified. I want you all to get your genealogy done, so you start knowing who's who. Man, just hit me in the inbox, brother. You don't got to be stuck no more. We gonna get you LV verified, brother. It's gonna be phenomenal. I promise you. I promise you. And when you find out, man, listen, some of y'all gonna find land. Some of y'all gonna realize that you really are indigenous to this land. You know what I'm saying? Y'all gonna figure out, man, because listen, we can't tell you enough. Listen, I'm not saying you shouldn't do your DNA. Do your DNA. But let me caution you on doing your DNA, because I got my DNA done. And let me just tell you the game. When you get your DNA done, understand this. DNA cannot place you in a specific landmass. DNA can only tell you who your brother, your sisters, your auntie, your uncles, and all the way to your 8th cousin. That's all DNA can tell you. Who are your 8 cousins who are living? Who are, keyword, living. They can't track you to somebody who's unalived. But they can trace you to who you have as a living relative. And I want to say this, family. When you do your DNA and you find out you have no living African relatives, ding, 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 ding. That should be like an alarm in your head to tell you right there, you're not African. Because if you were African, you would have a living relative in Africa today. I have no Africans in my family tree, family. 0. Nothing can tie me to an African from my genealogy and from my DNA. That's a fact. So I want you to get both. Get both done. Get your DNA done. You know, find out who your living relatives are. And then get your genealogy done and find out about where your ancestors come from. Get the paperwork. See, that's the difference. See, here's the thing. We're the most documented people on the planet. We got paperwork on who our relatives are and who our family is. That's something that the Africans don't have. They don't have paperwork. They don't have paperwork, family. They don't have the paperwork that says, hey, this is my ancestor. They don't have that. They got word of mouth. Family, we got both. We got word of mouth and we got the paperwork to match. And our paperwork goes back to the 1600s, family. I'm all the way in 1790. My lineage right now on both sides of my family can go back to 1790, family. 1790. Both sides. And guess what? Haven't found no YT and haven't found no Africans, family. Living or unalived. But you know what I found, family? And this is where common sense kicks in. I got a great uncle who's labeled as a Cherokee. Now think about that. I want you to think about this. I got a great uncle who's labeled as it's 𝗖𝗄𝗏, but we'll just say Cherokee because that's what everybody knows it as, right? My great uncle is a Cherokee, right? Now why isn't my grandfather a Cherokee? And they both have the same mother and father. Can somebody answer that for me? My great uncle is a Cherokee, and he has the same mother and father as my great grandfather. How come you got 5 kids in one home and one is labeled a Cherokee and the rest are not, and they got the same mother and father? It's called reclassified. It's called reclassified. Family, you don't got to be a rocket scientist to just use common sense. Common sense is it's easy. You just use it. God gave you common sense. Use it. Use it. So that's all I'm saying, family. Get your genealogy done. We all need to get lineage verified. And the moment we get lineage verified, that's power. And I hope and pray you got land that's tied to your lineage, that's tied to your genealogy, and I want you to fight for it, and I want you to get it back, and I want you to stand on business. That's what I want. I want you to stand on business. I want you to get everything back that belongs to you. I pray that all the opportunities that you were left out of become possible again. And I pray that you're able to get those opportunities back, get that land, get that money, get everything back that belongs to you. That's my prayer for you, family. I'm gonna tell you what else we got to watch out for, family. Have you noticed a lot of Africans are buying up ancestral black land in America? Have you noticed that? They're buying up these old black towns that have been abandoned. We can't allow that, family. We can't allow them to start their culture on top of our ancestors. We can't allow them to do that, family. We have to go back and get that land back, get those townships back, and rebuild it. We owe it to our ancestors. They bled, they sweat, and they were unalived on that land, family. Those are sacred land that these Africans are trying to come over here and buy. We can't allow that, family. Listen. Look at what's going on in Nigeria. I mean, in Ghana. The Igbo, the either Edu or Ibu, one of them tribes tried to set up a king in Ghana, and they try to turn a little township into their empire. And you know what the people did? They burnt down their businesses. They got them up out of there. Family, why? If they know to do that, like, you're not from Ghana, why are you setting up an Edo empire in Ghana? Why are you Nigerians setting up an empire, having a king and a chief in Ghana when y'all from Nigeria? If they know better, we double, triple know better. You understand, family? We should not be allowed in no Africans to come up and buy up our ancestral land, our historic black towns. We should not be allowing no Africans to come in and set up shop. That's a no-no. That's sacred. That's sacred to us. And we got to do something about it. We got to do something about it. So we shouldn't be allowing that. We shouldn't be going along with that. That's hella off code. That's hella disrespectful. Just like the Essence Fest. They should have never been allowed to buy the Essence Fest, family. Or to buy Essence magazine. They should have never been allowed to do that. But they did. And guess what we did? We canceled that. They should have never been able to buy BET. But they did. They sold it to the YT man. And look at BET today. They're done. BET's cooked. Essence Fest, Essence Magazine, cooked. We don't go over there and start buying up their ancestral anything, family. We don't do that. We don't go to Africa and bother Africans. Let's just keep it a buck. We don't do that. We go over there to visit and we bring our butt right back home. And the ones that are staying over there and living over there, they're pouring into the community. They're paying into the community where they're staying at. Africans, when they come here, they don't pay into the black community. They just take from the black community. They just extract dollars from the black community. That's what they do. They just I want this, I want that. Let me get this. Shout out to crypto. That's what they do. So we got to start doing that, family. I'm still waiting if y'all want to jump up here. I'm going to go through some more slides then. I got some more things I want to talk about. You know, we're going to get to it. Let me get to this other slide real quick. But I want you to understand, family, do these stereotypes serve us, or do they serve the dominant society by keeping us divided? Because that's what this is about. That's what this is about. You know, this is about the division and why and how it started. It didn't just start. I'll tell you one thing. Foundational Black Americans, we don't usually start anything, but we definitely finish everything. So y'all started this division. Y'all came over and told us that, hey, man, y'all here to get y'all money. Y'all are okay with being the buffer class. That's what y'all said. Y'all are okay with being the buffer class. Y'all okay with being the hitchman for YT. Y'all okay with getting all these degrees and getting involved in our politics and telling us what we ain't gonna get and what we ain't gonna do in our country. Y'all got that arrogant. So now we saying ice, ice, baby. Now we saying ice, ice, baby. That's just what it is. Now we're saying ice, ice, baby. Now we want y'all to get up out of here. You know what I'm saying? So that's what's going on. So let me get to it, man. We gonna talk about it, family. Let me get to it. Let me bring up this other slide. And that's cool. If y'all don't want to jump up in here today, I got some slides I want to go through. I'll show y'all that one right there. Look at all them. Look at all them Africans getting awards under the guise of cosplaying Black Americans. But let's talk about this, family. Here's where it gets grimy. Here's where it gets real. Here's where it gets grimy, and here's where it gets real, family. Africans came here and adopted the label African American and Black. Those are titles that we fought for. Not African American, because we didn't really fight for that. That was something that Jesse Jackson just kind of made that politically correct, and some of us adopted that. But that word Black is ours. It wasn't. Africans were never calling themselves Black, family. They only started calling themselves Black when they got here. So why do many Africans adopt Black and African American identity instead of their Nigerian, Ghanaian, or Ethiopian names? Why? I don't understand that, family. Because they knew that label, let me tell you what it is. They knew that label carried access. It carried affirmative action. It carried respect that we carved out. It carried DEI. They knew what it was. Why in the world do so many of them come over here and they want to check they can't wait now to check Black or African American because it comes with some goodies. They get some scholarship. They're applying for African American scholarships, family. MLK scholarships, family. Do you know who all those scholarships are going to? All African immigrants. You know those HBCUs that they're getting into on scholarships, family, that foundational Black Americans could be using? Those are African immigrants, family. Why is it? I got to include the Caribbeans now. Why is it? Do they come over here and all of a sudden they want to adopt Black and African American instead of their original homeland? Why not just say, man, I'm Nigerian? Why wait till you get an award? Why wait till you get on the main stage? You know, isn't that crazy? Carmelo Anthony, we thought Carmelo Anthony was Black. This brother gets a Hall of Fame award, and you know what he starts talking about? My Puerto Rican roots. What? What, nigga? What? What? My Puerto Rican roots. What is LL? Did y'all see that LL Cool J claiming Ivory Coast? What? That's what, nigga? What? Y'all see all these celebrities going back and finding their roots? Listen, family, I'm telling you, they don't know what the hell they're talking about. These don't follow these celebrities. Don't follow these celebrities. They don't know what the hell they're doing. It's an agenda behind it. What's his name? What the fuck is his name? What the hell that guy name? Him and his wife went to where the hell they go? Not Sierra Leone. Where the hell they go? I can't even remember where they went. You know what I'm talking about. They went over there and they all claiming African now. They got dual citizenship over there. Man, I can't even think right now. It got me all crazy. A lot of these celebrities are going over there, getting their dual citizenship, coming back with theatrical ambassador. What the hell is a theatrical ambassador? What the hell is that? Chris Brown is not Jamaican, man. Shut up. This brother is crazy. Yeah, Ludacris and Ciara, they're going over there. Listen, family. Did you see did you see the clown though? Did you see the diss though? When Ciara was over there showing Africans and then showing herself, and then showing Africans, and then showing herself, she was dissing y'all in your face. Cause y'all look nothing like Ciara. Did y'all see her putting the camera to the Africans and then putting the camera to her face and saying she belonged to... It's laughable. It's laughable. It's laugh. Family, don't be following these celebrities. These celebrities are bought and paid for. The celebrities are bought and paid for. Bought and paid for, family. You follow a celebrity, you might as well say you following Epstein. Let me say it again. You follow these celebrities, you might as well say you following Epstein. You get on these planes with these private jets with these celebrities, you might as well be saying you're going to Epstein Island. That's how I feel about it. I don't trust these celebrities, family. I don't trust them. I don't follow them. I don't pay them no attention. I don't want nothing they got. I don't want their money. I don't wish I had their life. I don't wish I drove their cars. I don't covet their wives. I don't want it. I don't want nothing to do with these celebrities, family. I don't want their life. I want the life that I have and the life that my people want me to have. That's it. If I get rich, it's only going to be because my people made me rich, not because I sold out to become a celebrity. Those celebrities are bought with YT money. I don't want none of it. None of it. None of it attracts me. If I got to sell my people out to get it, if I got to travel to Africa and become a dual citizen and then put it on social media so everybody can see, I don't want that. That's cooning. That's selling out. That's tomfoolery right there. That's that tomfoolery right there. Ciara, dude, come on. Y'all look at Ciara and y'all tell me she looked like she African. When she did that side by side, come on, man. Buck dancing is what it is. Yeah, I don't buck dance. You ain't gonna see me. You ain't gonna catch me doing that. But this is what they do, family. This is what they do. But here's the hypocrisy, right? Once they get successful, once they get a platform, suddenly it's I'm Nigerian American. Or they say I'm the real African American. Have y'all heard them say that? Because I'm from Africa. That's what they say. That's the hypocrisy, family. When they start trying to clown, once they become successful in an economy that we built, in a lane that we gave them, on the shoulders that they're standing on, we give them that shoulder. The moment they get successful, family, this is what these Africans do. Carmelo Anthony's, we didn't even know the hell he was Puerto Rican. I know his foundational Black American mother was like, man, when they put the camera on her, she looked uncomfortable. She was like, nigga, you talked about your daddy and didn't talk about your mama who raised you? That's crazy, family. That's crazy. But here's the truth, family. That term African American, that term Black, whether given to us or reclassified, family, was born out of a unique lineage. Our enslavement, our survival, it don't belong to people who stepped off the plane in 1985. It don't belong. Is Carmelo Anthony's wife Puerto Rican? Is that why he tried to give props to Puerto Rico? Fool. Let me tell you something, family. I'm not here to police what you do, who you fall in love with. If you fall in love with the African woman or not, I'm not here to police that. But I'm saying your lineage is your lineage. You don't let nobody disrespect your lineage. Nobody. And I'm going to tell you like this. If you are a foundational Black American and you're with an African woman or an African man, your lineage, I'm sorry. You come from one of the roughest, toughest, tootinest, ballerish, the biggest lineage on the planet Earth. You better always be proud of that. Your ancestors are the real ones. You come from the true righteous people of this earth. Don't sell that shit out for no butter biscuits and just to be accepted by Africans. You're the biggest. You're the biggest. You're the biggest. I don't care who you lay down with. I don't care who you procreate with. Your kids better know they come from the biggest. They come from the lineage of King Kong himself. You understand what I'm saying? They come from the true gods and goddesses of this earth. Listen, the true word Hebrew, if you go look at the word Hebrew and where they got the Hebrew language from, it came from over here. Hebrew means crossing over from one body of water to another body of water. Did you know that? Go look it up. I don't make this up. This is real scholarship. Hebrew means crossing over from one body of water to another body of water. Where the water at in Africa? There's an ocean that separates us. See, when you go from one Pacific Ocean over to the other side, that's the Hebrew came here. We spoke a Paleo-Hebrew language here. We had our tribal languages and we had our Paleo-Hebrew language. That's how we were able to speak to each other. That's how the Moors were able to come over here and bring those YT devils over here. That's why I don't like Moors, family. They brought them over here and they used the Moors to be interpreters to speak to us. So you just got to know your history and know the truth, family. You got to know the real. You got to know the real. Yeah, the Moors are African. Yeah. They're black Europeans. I call them black Europeans. That's what they're, black Europeans. Europe was black. Europe was melanated. The Romans, the Greeks, those were melanated people. Don't let them YT folks act like they, man, y'all better know your history. You think that the Greeks and the Romans were YT? You think the Egyptians were YT? Come on. You got to use some common sense. You got to use some common sense, family. Don't let them pull that okie doke on you. We know better now. When you know better, you got to do better. You know better now. Google is free. You can just start researching this stuff. The original Scottish, the Highlanders, those were black Europeans, family. YT people are not indigenous anywhere. 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 So when I'm talking about the Moors, those are black Europeans. And yeah, they have African descent. Well, it wasn't called Africa back then. You got to understand, Africa is a new term. It's a new term, family. Africa is a new term. Skull Island, family. That's a new, listen, a lot of things, the Berlin Conference, y'all got to start doing your research now. You just got to start doing your research, family. You got to start doing your research, family. 1865, after we got emancipated, there was a Berlin Conference that started going on in Africa. You got to do your research, family. That's all you got to do is do your research, and you're going to find out the truth. So that's why I don't trust Moors, man, because when they talk about black people owning slaves, they're talking about Moors, family. They're not talking about us. They're talking about Moors. Talking about black Europeans who wore suits and ties and dressed just like them mother freakers, man. They couldn't wait to practice slavery. They couldn't wait to be just considered just equal to the YT man. They couldn't wait. They couldn't wait. Yeah, some people call them AK, the black nobility. I got you. I got you. There's nothing noble about them. There's nothing noble about them. Nothing noble about them. But let me change this promise. Let's keep this going. You know, let's keep this going. Let's keep this going. Let's keep this going, family. Let's get the record straight, family. The real African Americans are foundational black Americans. The descendants of slaves in America. Not all of us. We were reclassified. Some of us were freedmen. But for the most part, and some of us have some African descent. Have some African ancestry. Based on the 90,000 Africans that actually made it over here during slavery. Most of the slavery was inside of America, though, family. Most of us, as we had an ethnogenesis here in the United States, some of our relatives got shipped over to Brazil, all over South America, even in the Caribbean. Now, they're no longer foundational black Americans, but at one time, they probably used to be our people, and they got mixed up over there. Because the biggest slave trade happened here. Happened between 1803 and 1864. or 1863. The beginning of slavery started with enslaving the indigenous people. Christopher Columbus. The label wasn't for people with dual citizenship, family. It wasn't for people whose parents are still living in Lagos or Accra. That label's for us. Now, we don't want nothing to do with that term African American. We're done with that. We're done with the term African American. We're done with that. But we're foundational Black Americans. And you can't co-opt that. I'm 𝗤𝗄𝗴 𝗔𝗀𝗃𝘁. Okay, shout out to you, brother. That's our people. If your lineage goes back to 1870, you're us. Now you call yourself what you want to call you. I'm not going to force you and say call yourself foundational Black American. But I'm not going to tell somebody Creole to call themselves foundational Black American. But you're us. American Creole, the American Negro, that's us. That's us. Your lineage goes back to 1870 census. You're us. I'm talking about us. You are us. Whether you call yourself indigenous, copper-colored, foundational, like I said, African American, Hebrew Israelite, doesn't matter. If you can trace your lineage back to the 1870 census, you're us. We, us, we the same. We're the same. But my question, family, is, do Africans know they're reaping the benefits from a classification that they didn't fight for? Do they know? I'm going to tell you that they do know, family. Don't let them tell you that they saw some movie, or don't let family, they know exact. See, they love, let me tell you something, family. And they learned it from the white team, man. They love to play dumb. They love to play stupid. They love to act like, well, I didn't know no better. They showed me this movie and they told me that Black people to stay away from Black. My parents told me to stay away from Black people. I didn't know any better. Yeah, family, don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe twice. Don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe twice. Yeah, they be playing that victim role, don't they? They be playing that victim role. They do. They do. But that's why we have the term foundational Black American, and that's why it matters. Because it draws a line in the sand. You can't hijack our struggle and then dismiss us. That's what foundational Black American. It's a codified, it's a very codified word, family. It's a very strong word, family. When you talk about foundational Black Americans, nobody can co-opt that unless you're foundational Black American. See, you can't join a foundational Black American. You are born a foundational Black American. This isn't something you can join. This isn't a movement, or this isn't a group. This is lineage based. This foundational Black American is based on lineage. If your lineage goes back to at least the 1870 census, you're one of us. Man, I love being FBA, man. Everywhere I go, I wear this hat. Everywhere I go, I got this hat on. And I'm moving around. People just be looking at me. I'm just navigating with this hat on. I had a brother bumping, old player, bumping to me the other day, FBA, right on. Gave me a little fist bump, and he has his little cane and his little breathing machine, and he got to stepping. And that brother could barely speak after he told me that too, bro. That brother started coughing up a storm. I felt bad, like, man, but he wanted to make sure that he acknowledged me because I had on the FBA hat on. And brothers started I felt bad, like, man, I wish he would have saved his breath and not said nothing. If he would have just gave me the head nod and the fist bump, I would have already known that I already known he was our people. But he wanted to make sure that he spoke to me and say, FBA, right on, brother. And then he used to start coughing up a storm, man. I felt bad. But everybody, man, you got to get your lineage verified, man. You got to get, we got to know who's who, man. Listen, I want y'all to start doing this, man. Listen, if you don't know, I'm going to tell you like this. Assume they're a tether until they prove otherwise. Assume they're a tether until they prove otherwise. Assume they're non-FBA until they prove otherwise, family. Don't let these people trick you. Don't let them, make them show that paperwork. Hell yeah. Man, I'm checking paperwork. I'm checking it. Man, listen, I'm so glad I'm so glad I'm getting lineage verified. In a few more days, family, y'all gonna see my profile change up a little bit, and y'all gonna see LV 2025 on this thing, man. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy. I can't wait. I can't wait. Because listen, it's different. It's something different when you know that you're that the person you're talking to is your people. It's a relaxing, it's a comforting feeling to know that you're dealing with somebody that's of the lineage. It's like, I promise you can be so angry at somebody, you can be so mad, but the fact that they're of the lineage, it just be like, damn, I got to give you some grace. I got to give you some mercy because you're not the real enemy. I could be mad and I could be upset with you, but because I know you of the lineage, I'm going to give you a pass today. Damn, I'm mad at you, but I'm going to give you a pass. Damn, I'm so upset, but you of the lineage, I'm going to give you a pass. I'm going to save this righteous anger, this righteous indignation. I'm going to save it for the true enemy, the cosplaying tether, and the 𝗤𝗔 supremacists. I'm going to save my anger and my wrath for them, but not my people. Man, if you ignorant brother and you want to tell me, whatever you want to tell me, man, and I know you of the lineage, at least you got your lineage verified, and be like, you know what, man, I ain't even worried about you, man. Go on, be stupid and ignorant if you want to, brother. I'm going to just leave you alone. I'm going to just leave you alone. Yeah, the tether is the new enemy. Let me tell you, the tether and the 𝗤𝗔 supremacists, they march and walk hand in hand. Y'all see those? Did y'all see the Proud Boys? Do y'all know the Proud Boys got all types of melanated people, Puerto Ricans, Jamaicans, Africans, all in their midst. Ethiopians, Somalians, they got all these people in the Proud Boys family. Listen, 𝗤𝗔 supremacists is clicking up, and they taking allies, and it's crazy because the same N-word that they be using against us, they calling them that to their face, and they don't even care, family. Isn't that crazy? That's some crazy stuff, boy. They be sitting there, oh, we got to get the black man, and they melanated like us, family. It's a sick psychological game that they put on them tethers, boy. Them tethers be like, you sound like a weak white man, sir. Remember that Carmelo Anthony father? He was denouncing 𝗤𝗔 supremacy. You're sounding pretty, I'm black man here. You're sounding pretty weak. And the brother was like Somalian. You saw his big old forehead, and it's comedy. They done recruited some generic black people and put them in a 𝗤𝗔 supremacist movement. If we generic Africans, family, they are generic black people. Okay. You can't make this up, man. I keep telling y'all, man, there's a brother on YouTube. Forehead looked like Bart Simpson. Okay. Forehead looked like Bart Simpson. Okay. He looked like one of the Simpsons characters. He's a Nigerian tether, family, and he got nerve to call other people tethers. Oh, it's a funny sight to see. It's a funny sight to see a brother who looks like a Bart Simpson character with, he looked like Bart Simpson's dad if he was younger. Okay, thick Coke bottle glasses, forehead long, and he got this. He got that. He looked like a Simpson character. I'm just saying, he like a Simpson character. And the brother was calling people who were not from America. And because he was first generation, he thought he was Black American. It's crazy, man. You can't make this. Listen, you can't make this up, man. The tether class is so stupid. So stupid. They got to be the stupidest on the planet Earth. That if you're a tether, you are the stupidest and lowest of the lowest. Because you allow them white tea people to come and smack y'all around, swat y'all with fly swatters. You know what I'm saying? You allow them white tea brothers just to abuse y'all. And y'all think just because they throw y'all some crumbs and y'all get to practice anti-Black hatred towards us, y'all think y'all done made it. Oh my God. Candace Owen thinks that it's cool if Candace Owen lives in my neighborhood, but no other Black folks. I mean, family. They don't know YT supremacy like we know YT supremacy. No, he wasn't a tether. No, he wasn't a tether. He understood Black consciousness. He got the game from us. So no, see, that's the difference. See, just because you're a non-FBA doesn't make you a tether. You become a tether by your actions. You become a tether by checking the wrong classification box. You become a tether by cosplaying as a Black American, right? You become a tether when you start to undermine Black progress. That's how you become a tether. You cannot become a tether any other way. If you come over here and you just mind your business and go to work and go home, we probably ain't gonna bother you. We ain't even gonna notice what you're doing. We don't even care what you're doing. It's nothing. But the moment you start jumping into practicing anti-Black hatred and start sucking up to YT supremacy and get in positions of power that can undermine our positions and our struggle and our people, you're a tether. See, that's the beautiful thing about being called a tether. Tether is an action word. You get that based on your actions. You don't get that. We're just not calling you a tether just because you're an African or you're a Caribbean. We're calling you a tether because you talking like a tether. You talking, walking, and moving just like a tether. So guess what? We got a name for it now. And that's how we get our power back. The moment we see tether activity, we know exactly what time it is. If I give you the head nod and you don't give me the head nod back, you know what I'm thinking? That's a tether. That's a tether. If I give you the head nod and you don't give me the head nod, man, I'm already like, yeah, that ain't one of us. That's weird. That's weird. That's a weird vibe right there. That's a weird vibe right there. You're not our people. You are not our people. So, family, this is why delineation matters. We're not hating on Africans. They got their homeland, their culture, their flags, but we got our lineage, our bloodline, and our struggle. We're not hating on them. I want to leave you another question. Can FBAs and Africans ever unite, or do we need to stay separate and respect each other's lanes? And I think we know the answer to that. I can answer that question that I just asked. Can FBAs and Africans ever unite, or do we need to stay separate and respect each other's lane? I think we know the answer. We can respect, but we must delineate. I love what Foundational said. I can't even remember what he said right now, but he said socially we can get along, but economically we're opposed. We're opposed to each other because they're coming over here to take from our resources, family. So socially, if on the street, what's up, what's popping, you know, I might even respect you enough. We can go get a drink together, chop it up with you guys on the panel. You know, you come on the panel, we can chop it up. But economically, it's war. Economically, I know what you're here for. You're here to take from me. You're here to get something that my ancestors fought for me to have, not for you to have. You're here to get some of that and take advantage of a system that we built and we put in place. So at the end of the day, we must delineate. Because if we don't, we'll keep losing our identity. They'll keep running with this flat blackness. You're African. You're all African. They'll end up getting a piece of our reparations, and they'll get they'll get all the cultural credit. Africa invented rap. Africa invented hip hop. Africa invented fashion. Africa invented R&B. It all comes from Africa. That's what's going to happen by us not delineating. They're going to say everything comes from them. Oh, the drums come from Africa, even though we got a kick drum. Look at that. Rap started in Africa. Look at that. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. You see that? So if we don't, family, they're gonna beat us upside the head with this flat blackness, and they're gonna run that because they're gonna be the most off code people, and we gotta accept all their BS because they're off code. But if we delineate, guess what? They gotta hold their own nuts. They gotta take their own losses, just like they accept their wins. They have to accept their losses at the same time. They have to accept their losses at the same time. Family. That's what it is. We want them to hold their own nuts and take all their trauma dumping that they do with them. We don't want them to dump it off in our community anymore. We don't want to cry. Listen, anytime you see a crime on television, I want you checking lineage. And you'll be surprised what you find out. Anytime you see crime on television, family, I want you to start checking lineage. And I think you'll be surprised with what you find out. That a lot of that crime that they try to blame on us under flat blackness, it's not really us. It's them. Scams, all the scams they be doing, we already know what, you know, if you running some type of scam, Cash App scam, some type of nursing scam, you know, some type of scam, we already know what that ain't us. We don't do that. So I want you to start paying attention to even Chicago. When they start mentioning Chicago, I want you to start figuring out who is the one doing the crime in Chicago. Who are the ones doing the crime in New York, family? Who are the ones doing the crime in Los Angeles, family? Who are the ones doing the crime down there in Atlanta now, family? I want you to pay attention and start doing lineage checks, because we're no longer going to accept their L's. We're no longer going to accept their L. Their failure. I want you to go down and check in Florida. Who is doing the crime down there in Florida, family? I'm telling you, it's not majority Black Americans. These are immigrants cosplaying as Black Americans. That's what it is, family. Listen, you don't got to take my word for it. You don't got to take my word for it. All I'm saying is go check. Check the lineage. It's a Caribbean or it's an African doing most of these crimes, family. I want you to understand. Our culture. Listen, if you look at our ancestors were stand-up people. Our ancestors were hardworking, right? They come from both families. We come from mother and a father. Okay? We come from strong families. In the 1950s and 60s, we were the most married people on the freaking planet, family. So I want you to think about what happened to us and who they try to come in and replace us with and how they have been using the buffer class. How they been utilizing the buffer class to manipulate us. They'll always put some black person on. Listen, man, listen. They'll put some black lady on TV talking about there's no racism and she's hugging a white man and you find out she's Caribbean or Haitian or African. You see all these, listen, remember that movement where they were trying to make it look like black women were trying to unalive black male babies? You know that lady was Caribbean, right? All this gender war, gender divide, I want you to take a look at it, family. I want you to take a look. Some of our black women and our black men may have been participating in the gender war, but when you find out where their family is from, you just sniff and scratch an immigrant somewhere. Oh, remember the brick lady who got hit upside the head with a brick? She was Somalian, family. No black man would help me. Oh, black man. And she going to jail. If she not already in jail, she going to jail. These are not us, family. We've never oppressed our women. We respect the matriarch and the patriarch. We respect Big Mama and we respect our grandfather. Those were powerful pillars in our community. Am I lying? Grandpa was powerful. Big Mama was powerful. They were powerful figures in our community. It's these immigrants, family. These Africans. That's why y'all got to go, man. That's why y'all got to go. No disrespect, but y'all got to go. Y'all overstayed your welcome. We going to work with Trump to get y'all up out of here. And I'm not even, listen. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. That's all it is. It ain't nothing personal. This ain't nothing personal. This ain't nothing personal with Africans or Caribbean. This ain't nothing personal. This is just business at this point. I don't got nothing against you. I want y'all to read the comments. See Black Lion? This is why. Come on up here, man. Just come on up here. Don't be scared. Come talk. I'm giving you an invite. Come on up here.
What? Yo, can you hear me?
I can hear you, brother. Go ahead.
Okay, bro. You're over here talking nonsense. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on. Where are you from, first of all? Brother?
I'm from the country was bashing Somalia.
I love to bash y'all forehead.
Listen, bash us, bro.
I love to bash the forehead people, man. Oh my God,
good.
Forehead Mafia. You from the Forehead Mafia?
It's like me saying you're the Big Nose Mafia. What if I say you're the Big Nose Mafia?
Brother. The Forehead Mafia? You mean the Simpson character? Did you know the Simpson character was based off Somalians?
Who cares, bro? It's like me saying you got a big nose.
Man. I love to bash y'all, man, because y'all make it so easy.
Okay,
and
listen.
Y'all scammers, and y'all the cosplaying, y'all the tethers of the tethers.
Okay, listen. You're calling us scammers, right?
Y'all are even the tethers in Africa. I love it. I love it. Oh, I love it. Oh, come on, man. Please. I'm so glad you came up here.
Okay, listen.
Go ahead.
Listen, brother, okay?
I'm listening. I'm listening. I'm listening,
This
fam.
is once you have to understand America is a country, it's not an ethnicity. You saying Afro American, it's not an ethnicity. There's Irish American, there's you could be Irish, Italian, Polish, German. You saying I'm an American, America is a damn country. This country is less than 400 years. This country is owned by Native Americans. You
Okay.
have no let me
That
finish.
means,
Let me finish.
go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You have no
Go ahead,
ethnicity.
Muffin. Keep talking, family. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm listening. Oh, you muted up? I guess you're going on something. Now, so I'll talk since you muted up. So listen.
Give me 1 second, boss.
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead. Get your keys. Get your keys and your 3 wives together. Get your keys and your 3 wives together. And
Oh, so I was saying this country, there's no entitled. This country belongs to everybody. This country was a country. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish, brother. This
right.
country. Let me finish. Let me finish. This country, as you know, history-wise, the Pilgrims came. It was stolen from the Native Americans. This country has been stolen from the indigenous people. This country majority is owned by the Europeans, either the British, Anglo-Saxons. So what I'm getting to, this country doesn't belong, it belongs to the Native Americans. But
Okay, can I talk now, sir? Because I'm gonna debunk everything you're saying.
one last second. This country, 2025, I would say heartily, it belongs to the Europeans, descendants of the British, Anglo-Saxons. That's who controls and runs this country. I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay, family, you see this? I want y'all to hear what he said. This is the bad information because he doesn't want to research none of this. See, so who? So do you know? Okay, first of all, do you know the definition of what an American is? Do you know the definition of American? Do you know that? I don't want to call you Black Lion because you're probably a billy goat. You're probably a black billy goat. But let's keep it a buck, family. The definition of an American, go look up the definition of America in the Webster's Dictionary of 1828, and you will see that it says copper-colored people, aboriginal, indigenous, found here by Europeans. So let's debunk that it belongs to Native
What does
Americans.
found mean? Found. What does found mean? It's like they found it. No one was living here.
Listen, that's the definition of America. American, when you look at the definition of American in the Webster
But who wrote those definitions? Who wrote it? Who wrote those?
Copper
What you reading? What you
colored
reading? Who wrote that?
people.
Who wrote that?
That was YT people who wrote that.
That is the white people that wrote this stuff.
Yeah.
They're the ones that
Guess
dictate
who were the
who's
copper
American.
colored? Hold on, brother. Guess who was the copper colored people, the indigenous people? That was us. So when you say it belonged to the Native Americans, let me tell you something. Native Americans were first YT. YT people started calling themselves Native American later. First, they called themselves European Americans. Okay? We were classified as American because we
When
were
did,
the
when did the
Americans.
African Americans come to
No,
America?
no,
When did your
listen,
ancestors come to America?
brother, my ancestors been here. That's what I'm trying to tell you. See, that's what you see, that's what you don't know because you don't want to do the research. I'm gonna get you
So what do
right now.
what do you call yourself? What do you call yourself?
I'm a foundational Black American. That's what I am.
Foundational black. Okay, when did they come in? What language do you speak?
Brother, did you know that the English that I'm speaking today was not the English that they were speaking
What
400
English
years
do you
ago?
speak? What
Do
language do
you
you
know
speak?
the language that I'm speaking today? You would listen if you heard somebody speak English, the real English language 400 years ago,
Old
you would
English?
think it's like a Dutch language. You would
Old
think
English?
you would think, yeah, old. What? Not. I'm talking about the end when they are when that would be. I mean, it sounds like another language. The
So
way
you
I
so you
speak
used to
English,
speak that. You used to speak that.
the way I no. Americans, we spoke a Hebrew Paleo language, and then we had, of course, we spoke English. Of course, we spoke a form of English, but we spoke it our way. The way we speak English now is how we spoke English 400 years ago.
Okay, so who's
The
your father? His father,
we
his father, his
advanced the
father.
English language, sir. We advanced it. The way you're speaking English is really the way you sound like me. You're
I
talking
sound
like a
like you,
black American. Yeah, you're talking like a black American, sir.
brother.
You
Listen, brother.
yeah, you're
Listen.
talking
Okay,
like a black American.
okay.
Because we took the English language and morphed it into what it is today.
And
The
what
way
is that?
we talk is
What is
how
that?
you talk.
Broken English?
No, it's not broken English, sir. It's just the way we speak.
Okay.
It's not broken English. See, you can call patois and you can call all those other. You can call that a form of broken English, sir. But that's a Jamaican language. Jamaican language actually comes from Irish.
I
That's why
think we're
they
getting
sound
we're
like
getting
that.
we're getting
They
off
have an
topic.
Irish accent
We're getting off.
trying to speak English, and they speak it kind of fast and kind of like the Irish speaker. That's patois, sir. But what the language I'm speaking, this is foundational Black American language. All the slang that y'all use on fleet, what's popping, it's all good. All the language that y'all love to talk about, gang, whatever you want to, that's us.
Okay, my
That's
brother.
us. You're talking to an indigenous American. I'm indigenous to this land. I have no African in my ancestry, sir. I have no living relative that's from Africa. I have no living relative that's unalive that's from Africa.
Okay, if that's the case,
That's the case.
when do you know about the civil rights movements?
Brother, come
No,
on,
I'm
man.
just
You don't
no.
know about the civil rights
You
movement.
know, okay, you know about it.
You
So when you
don't know
pop,
about the civil rights movement.
no, let me finish. Let me finish, because you're making it seem as if like the African Americans or minorities were not part of the civil rights movement and the enslavement
No,
and all that
no,
stuff. You're
yeah.
making it seem you're
No, no, no,
talking
no,
as
no,
if.
no,
Let me
brother.
finish.
We were enslaved. We were enslaved. So, because no, I'm not gonna let you put words in my mouth. I never insinuated that. I never
Okay.
said that. That's something that you were saying, sir. That's some. My ancestors went through Jim Crow. My ancestors went through slavery, sir.
Why?
Your
Why was that?
ancestors
Why?
did
Why
not.
is that? Why is that? Why is that?
Because the first people that were enslaved in America, in the Americas, was indigenous black people, sir. Was
But
copper.
listen. You're saying I'm a proud African American, not knowing
I'm
that.
not. I never said I was African American.
Okay, black. Okay. Let
I'm
me
a
phrase that.
foundational black American.
Foundation. Yes. But we know as history. If I look at Martin Luther King and all these civil rights movements, Rosa Parks, all these great legends of them, they were fighting
Where
for
are yours at?
God-given
Where are your
rights.
legends at? Where are your legends at, sir? We got legends. Where are yours at?
My legends are back in Africa, brother. And
Why
when
aren't
I'm
you
speaking,
there?
listen,
Where
listen,
are
listen,
they at?
listen,
Because they're
listen,
not
brother,
like ours.
bro.
They're not known like ours. See, you know ours. We don't know yours. See, you know
Because you're not
ours.
there. You're not there, brother. If you're not there, you don't know.
Brother, we don't care because they're
You
not
don't
really
care. You
known.
see,
You come from a degenerate culture. Y'all be
listen,
washing y'all hair with goat piss, man. You know that's
You
what
see.
y'all
Now
do.
you're talking nonsense, but I'm not gonna
It's
bash you
true though.
back.
It's
No,
true though.
it's false. It's false,
It's
but it's
true though.
whatever.
No, you're
Brother,
lying.
listen.
You're
Brother,
lying.
listen. Okay, let
You're
me
lying.
speak. Please, let me speak, brother.
You're lying.
One thing about true Africans, when I mean true Africans, is a person that was born in Africa, right? I swear to God, brother. When you're born in Africa and you come here at a young age, you feel like everybody is like how do I say this? Because when I went to high school, right? I had a lot of African Americans, Dominicans. Bro, I had African American brothers that were scared to go to another neighborhood. There's some African Americans that never left the city their whole life. There's some black people in Chicago that never even had a passport. You understand that? You know how sad that is?
Brother, brother,
Let me finish.
brother. You're
There's
not
some brothers in O Block. Listen,
saying
listen.
anything.
Let me finish, brother. There's young black kids.
Brother, you're not saying anything, brother.
Let me finish. The truth hurts. The truth hurts, brother. Let
I'm
me
not.
finish.
I'm not muting you, brother. I'm
I
not.
don't
Yeah,
know who's muting me. Someone's muting me.
Let him speak, Mod. Just let
Let
him
me
speak.
speak, guys. The sad thing is, bro, there's a lot of African Americans in the city that were born here that never had a passport, that never left this goddamn country. Leave the country, man.
A
Open
lot?
your
Are you saying
minds.
there's a lot? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think I'm not
Have
one
you
of
left the
them.
country? Have you left the country?
Of course.
Where
I've
did
been
you
to
go?
Africa. I've been to
What
Kenya,
part?
sir. I'm right next door. Right next door to your Somalia.
Where
I've been
did
to
you go?
Kenya.
Where
I've been
you?
to Ethiopia.
Okay,
Brother,
okay. What part of Kenya?
brother,
What part of Kenya you went to? What
I
city?
was in Nairobi. I was in 𝗖𝗄𝗏. I was in a few towns over there, man.
When
I
did you
rented a
go?
cottage
When
in
did
the
you go?
village.
When did you go?
2018, 2019, 2020.
You have
All
some
those,
pictures? You have pictures to prove it?
brother. My wife is from Kenya.
What tribe?
She's 𝗖𝗏.
Okay. And when
Brother,
did you learn? When did you learn? When
brother,
did you learn? When did you learn?
Mambo, Poa. I speak a little bit of Swahili,
When did you
Swahili.
learn? When did you learn? When did you learn?
Brother, I learned I wasn't African. I'll
When
tell
did
you
you
what.
learn though? When did your mindset open? Did your mind open?
My mind open. Of course it did. I learned, man. Listen, I try to do business over there. I try to bring back purple tea and sell it over
How
here in
did
the
you
States.
feel? Okay, how did you feel when you went there and the whole country's black? And what did you
It
feel?
was beautiful. Oh, man, that was beautiful. That was beautiful. Of course, that was beautiful, man. Listen, the people are very humble, very nice people. Very culturally there. I saw. I ate fresh goat for the first time. Fresh chicken. I mean, man, I lived good out there, brother. I was living good. But you know what? The Somalians were telling me when I got out there. Watch out for the maids. Check them for if they got the HI and the V and all. I mean,
That's propaganda, brother. That's propaganda,
no,
man.
that's true. I was at the immigration. Listen, I was over there at the not the immigration, the what's it called? What's the building that I'm talking about where people go the embassy. I was at the embassy,
Okay.
and Somalians were there at the embassy. These were Canadian Somalians, by the way. These were Somalians from Canada who were
Okay.
living over there, and they were talking about watch out for this and watch out for that. Matter of fact, y'all getting a bunch of slack in Kenya right now. There's a bunch of Somalians whining on TV talking about we're not like those Somalians. They're trying to kick y'all out of Kenya. Kenya
No,
was the only one that accepted y'all. Y'all
no,
warring
brother. Listen, this is what you understand. Part of
over there,
half of
brother.
listen. The Eastern.
They're
Do
trying
your
to kick
research.
y'all out of Kenya right
No, no.
now.
Listen, brother. Listen.
You and the Nigerians, they're trying to kick out of Kenya right now, brother.
Listen,
Right
Kenya
now.
and Somalia are brothers. We're border countries.
They're
Half of
not. They
Kenya.
don't know, brother. Y'all
Listen,
come over there with
let me
that
finish.
mentality, and y'all
Let me
think y'all
finish. Let me
Arabs
finish,
and
brother.
all
Let
that
me
stuff,
finish.
brother. Come on,
Okay, let me
come on,
finish.
brother. Don't
There's
try
a
to run
region
that
called.
game.
There's a region
I
called
know.
North.
I
Google it right
know.
now.
I
Google it right
know.
now. Google it right now. Northeast. That is properly
Brother,
Somaliland
I know
that
where
the
all
British
the
gave.
Somalians live in,
Yes.
in
Have you been
Kenya.
to Garissa? You know Garissa?
I don't remember that city. No, I haven't been there.
What
I've
about
been,
Mandera? You know
I've been
Mandera?
there. Huh?
Mandera?
No, no,
That's our land.
no.
Africa, listen, Africa, there's no, I'm from
Don't
Somalia,
make
I'm from Kenya.
me. Don't
Listen,
make me.
Africans were tribes.
Don't make me bring my wife over here to feed me the information, brother.
Bring
Don't
your
make
wife, brother. Bring her.
don't make me do
I
that,
have nothing to
brother.
hide. Listen, Kenya,
Don't make me do that,
listen,
brother.
the eastern
Y'all are
part of
getting some
the north
slack
and
right
east.
now. Y'all are getting some slack right now in Kenya, brother, about the soccer match and how y'all was stomping on the Kenyan flag and disrespecting it, and then Kenya's flipped on y'all and they ready to get y'all
Have
up
you been
out.
to 𝗖𝗏? Have you been to 𝗖𝗏 in Kenya? 𝗖𝗏.
Doesn't matter, brother. I've been to 𝗖𝗏. I've been to 𝗖𝗏. I've been to Nairobi. I've been to the border town over there, brother. I've been through that. I haven't
You know how
touched
many
every.
Somalis live in Kenya?
I've
You know how
been
many
to.
Somalis live in Kenya?
I've been to Mount Kenya. Okay, I've been to Mount Kenya where they grow all the tea and all. I've been all through there, brother.
You been to
So
Ethiopia?
yeah, I flew in there. Yeah, heck
Do you
yeah.
know the Somali region?
Huh?
The Somali region in Kenya. I mean Ethiopia.
I didn't go to the Somali region. I didn't go I didn't go all deep in there in Ethiopia. Like I just that was like a transferring flight. So I've been there. That's
Okay.
it. That's it. That's it. But brother, I don't need to go visit Somalia to know that y'all got pirates over there, brother. That's
Okay, you
known.
see, this is another the white man mentality putting it
No,
on you.
brother.
See, this is the
I'm
white
giving
man. You
you.
speaking like the white
I'm
man. Listen,
giving you the same.
how can
I'm
I be a
giving
pirate?
you.
Listen.
I'm
How
giving
can
you
I
the
be a pirate in my
same
own
dose.
waters?
I'm giving you the same dose that you come over here and giving the black
This is the
American.
white man
When you
mentality.
start
Listen,
saying,
How can listen? How can you come to my water and call me a pirate?
Brother, hold on. Again, how can you, who know nothing about foundational Black Americans, say I'm not indigenous to my land over here? I'm at least, I'll go this far. I'm at least indigenous to the United States because before there was a United States, my family was here, sir. Before the United States even became the United States, guess what? My ancestors were already here.
This country is a land of immigrants.
Hold on.
You have to understand, America is a land of immigrants. It does not belong to nobody.
No, that's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong at, sir.
Who does it belong to? Who does it belong to?
It belongs to Americans, and I'm telling you right now.
You're saying Americans?
American, yeah.
What is American?
It belongs to foundational Black Americans because we are the original people on this land. I'm gonna tell you something else that's gonna shock you.
Go ahead.
Ethnically, we are the largest ethnic group in America. We're larger than the German Americans, who are 45 million. We're larger than the Mexican Americans, who are 36 million. We're larger than the Irish Americans, who are 24 million. And we're larger than the English Americans, who are 20 million. We are 47 plus million people in the United States.
That is okay. When you say 40 million, every African is in there. The Nigerians, the Jamaicans, the Somalians.
Hold on. There's only 4 million.
Ethiopians.
Listen, sir. There's only 4 million Africans in America, sir. There's only 4 million Africans in America. You are so small.
Okay.
We're the largest ethnic group in the United States, and we've always.
What is the population of America? Do you know the population of America?
300 million. But
300 plus million. 300 plus million.
But listen. When they include YT people, when they go white and black, that's how they make us small. But if we go ethnic, we're the largest. When we go ethnic, we're the largest. See, when they say Italians are white,
there are more Spanish people here than African Americans.
No. Listen,
the Latino population has surpassed the African Americans.
Latinos is a made-up word. They're Mexicans. Mexicans don't get along with Cubans. They don't get along with El Salvadorians. Call a Cuban a Mexican and see what happens. They're going to be upset with you. Call a Puerto Rican a Mexican. Call a Mexican a Puerto Rican. They don't get along with each other.
What are they classified? But they're not black. Are they black?
They come together. Listen.
Are they black?
They come together and form a white social construct. That's what they come together and do. They call themselves Hispanic or YT. A lot of those Mexicans who are claiming, who call themselves Mexican to their friends, they have YT on their status.
I think African American are more focused.
Hold on. Just like many of you Somalians, you classify yourself as YT when you get here, sir.
No. I've always registered myself as black or African American.
Brother, show me your ID. Show me your ID.
Yeah, show you my ID right now, brother. But trust me, I view myself as black.
Many East Africans.
I feel like I am more African than you.
Hold on.
I am more African than you.
Yeah, you are. You're definitely more African than me because I'm not African. So many East Africans and Egyptians, when they come to the United States, they classify themselves as YT, sir. You don't even want to claim African when you're. Matter of fact, when you're in Africa, you don't even want to be considered African.
No, when you're in Africa, Africa is a huge continent, as you know.
You think you're a special group because you guys identify more as Arabs than you guys want to identify as black. So
no, we are African first. Listen, we're African, we're Somali, and it keeps breaking. It keeps breaking down to tribes, man. When you're African.
Well, guess what, brother? I'm a foundational Black American, and that's as broken down as you can.
That is made up. You made that up.
That's not made up. That's my lineage.
Made up history, brother.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Okay, when you identify a group, you have to have a language.
We do have a language.
What is the language?
We have something called 𝗏𝗏, sir. We have something called 𝗏𝗏. And I'm speaking my language right now. The way I speak English, the way I speak this language, this is how I speak. See, everybody else is cosplaying how Everybody else cosplaying how they speak, but I'm actually speaking my language of my people. That's the difference.
Yo, the only message I want to, the only
And
message,
we do, hold on. And we do have our own language. It's called Tutnese. I don't need to speak it to you, and you don't need to know anything about it. It's none of your business how we speak our Tutnese. But we have a language. Yes, we do.
I just want to make one point, brother, okay? The point that I want to make is that African Americans, every African American who has a passport, I suggest that they should travel to Kenya, travel to
Brother, I've
Ghana,
been there. I've been
Sierra
there.
Leone.
I've
No,
been
not
there.
you, not you. You traveled, which is good. I'm very proud of you.
Brother, you don't need to be proud of me, brother. You're in my country. I'm not in your country.
This is this is
Is
America.
war torn right now.
Okay, okay, okay.
America belongs.
Okay,
That's what you don't understand.
okay, Fia, listen,
America
listen to your saying.
belongs to
When I came to this country,
foundational
listen. When I
Black
came to this,
Americans.
okay, listen.
Hold on, brother.
If this
No,
is your
brother,
country,
don't overtalk me, brother. Listen, because I'm gonna give you some game. You couldn't have immigrated here if it wasn't for what my people did in 1965. If it wasn't for us getting the Civil Rights Act passed, which made which also helped pass the Immigration
I
Act,
agree. I agree. I agree.
you couldn't even be here,
I
sir.
agree with
So
that.
you need to, when you see a Black American, you need to be double thankful and double humble because this was us fighting, us standing on
I
business.
agree. I've never
So
disagreed with
you
that. I
can
agree.
get here, sir.
I agree with you.
That's what you don't understand. And this is our country. We've always been the largest ethnic group in the United States. You know what
Okay.
happened? You know
Okay,
what
listen. When I
happened?
came to this
All
country
they
as a
did
refugee,
was starting
okay,
to,
listen.
yeah.
One thing
Oh,
I
so
believe. One thing I believe.
who'd you sell out to get over here? Who
Okay,
did your
see.
parents sell out to get over here, brother?
Okay,
Because refugee
I listened to
sounds like
you.
you was doing a lot of shilling. Sounds like you was
No.
doing a
Listen,
lot of
listen to me, brother.
you was telling on somebody. Who'd you give up the information on to get here, brother?
Okay, let me speak, brother. I personally feel like this whole earth is God's creation. You know what I'm saying? Just as Moses was saved, I honestly believe that this earth, you know how many, if you look at history, brother, you know how many people are destroyed, nations were destroyed, the Romans, all this. If you look at history, bro, you're gonna go crazy. This is God's land. He gives it to,
Brother,
let
I
me
don't
finish.
go to Somalia and say, you know what, this is God's country. I don't do that, brother.
Oh,
I
when was
wouldn't go
Somalia?
over
You
to
see this?
Somalia.
You have to understand.
I wouldn't go over to Somalia and say this is everybody's country.
Okay,
Somalia belongs to everybody because it doesn't.
okay.
Somalia
You have to
belongs
understand.
to Somalians.
Okay, you see,
America belongs to Americans, and I am a foundational Black
okay.
American. So this country belongs to me. I'm the truest of the truest patriots. I'm more patriotic than any YT person.
Okay,
Than
you're
any black
saying this is
person.
my country, but you
This is
don't
my
dictate
country.
the driver license. You don't dictate driving plates, insurance. What do you dictate? This country, I'm not trying to like go back and forth, brother, but this country is controlled.
Brother. This is
It's by the
this
white man.
is
America
brother,
is a white man
brother.
controlled country.
We are all under YT supremacy. The YT man controls Somalia, sir. What are you talking about? That's why
Like,
you're over
how
here.
could he? Okay, how
That's
could he
why
control
you're over
Somalia?
here.
So
That's
listen,
why you're over here, sir, because it's war torn over there, and you're under YT supremacy over there, and
there's
that's
no
why you're
white man
over
in
here.
Somalia. First of all, they're scared to go to Somalia. Somalia, it's a high.
Brother, they'll
It's
drop
not a
a
country.
BO. Listen, they'll drop a
Somalia
BO
has never
over here.
been mixed. You
Hold
have
on,
to
brother.
understand.
They'll drop a B. Man, you are mixed. You're mixed
We're
with
not mixed,
Africans.
bro.
You mix with Africans, right? You mix with whatever the African mixture tribe. You guys are an
Bro,
amalgamation. You
we
guys
are
have an
true. Listen,
ethnogenesis.
my
You have
genetics,
an ethnogenesis
humanity.
over there.
They said Ethiopia and Somalia, especially the region that I told you, the Somali region, that is where the human civilization originated from.
No,
Okay.
brother, they can't prove that. They can't prove that.
What do you mean?
They
Just
can say
Google.
that.
Google right now. Where did humanity
No,
originate from?
no, no, no. They can say that, but they can't prove that, brother. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, brother. Humanity started over here. The word Hebrew means crossing over of a body of water, which was the Pacific Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean. We crossed over there. We have more pyramids here in the Americas than y'all have over there in Africa, sir. And all your pyramids are concentrated in just one area, a few areas over there in Africa. Our pyramids are spread all up and down the North America and South America, sir. So as far as I'm concerned, brother, I'm the God in the gods. I'm the one that traveled over there and gave y'all the game. My ancestors did that. Everything started over here. It didn't start over here.
America, what year was America founded? When did the pilgrims? When did the pilgrims come here?
Listen, just because some YT people showed up here doesn't mean the people that were already here didn't have a civilization. You heard of the Incans, you heard of the Mayans, you heard of the Olmecs. They had a civilization here prior to the 1600s, sir. America just didn't pop up in the 1600s. Somalia, how?
And what happened to them? What happened to them?
Listen, let me explain this, brother. When did Somalia become a country?
Somalia, the British and the Italians came, and it became an independent country in 1960. But I'm talking about before that. There was no country. We always lived there.
We're older than you.
No, but listen, what you don't understand is this country thing. This country thing was.
Listen, brother, I don't care about that. I'm telling you right now, the United States is older than you. You're a new booty. Okay? A new booty.
Listen, bro. This concept of countries. Listen,
I don't care how many.
What you don't realize is this. Listen,
what you don't realize. No, listen. What you don't realize is that there was already black people here in America, and it's already proven. There's two maps that you gotta look at. There's two maps. One of them is they're both equally worth $1 million+, right? They actually drew the pictures of the people that lived in the Americas.
Brother, you look like from West Africa. You look Nigerian.
This is what y'all always do.
Genetics is Nigerian,
I don't look like anybody in Nigeria.
You are from Nigeria, man.
I don't look like anybody in brother. You're laughing, but that don't make it true. That don't even make it
true,
brother. You're laughing really because you're embarrassed at what's coming out of your mouth because it's all garbage.
It's not garbage.
There's nobody in Nigeria that looks like me, sir. Nobody.
Listen, have you heard of Freetown? Have you heard of Freetown?
Brother, I've heard of Freetown, brother. There's nobody over there. There's nobody in Ghana.
Okay.
There's nobody in Nigeria that looks like a foundational black American. But
how you different? How you different?
But here but ma'am, I don't got their hairline. That's number one. I don't got that big forehead that y'all got. That's number two.
No, where the forehead is Somali. The forehead and that is East African. Put it in East Africa. I'm talking about West Africa.
That hairline, sir.
West Africa.
We don't have that hairline, brother. They can't get all this that I got right here, brother. It takes them a while.
Brother, no, we have beards. Listen, the Somali and Ethiopian, that region, bro, we look like Europeans, but a little bit darker. But the features is there. You know that.
Brother, you guys are black Europeans. I'll give you that, brother. That's what you guys are.
Okay. If you have to understand that the white man came from us. You have to understand.
Listen,
you are from the Bantu. You know the Bantu. Your genetics come from the Bantu region.
Brother. I am from America.
Listen, your lineage is Bantu.
Brother, you can't prove that.
I can't prove it.
No, you can't.
Listen. I've been to Zambia. Listen. I've been to Zambia. I've been to Tanzania.
Brother, you can't do the eyeball test. When it comes
it's not the eyeball test, bro.
That's exactly what you're doing, brother. Because my DNA says differently, brother. I have no living relatives in Africa today.
Just Google the Bantu tribe, okay?
But I know about the Bantu tribe, brother.
Okay, the Bantu tribe came from Nigeria all the way to South Africa.
Listen. My wife is actually part of the Bantu tribe as well, brother.
Yes. You guys are a lot of people. I give you that.
Brother, no. You know what I give you? Nothing. Because everything you're saying is garbage. Everything you're saying is propaganda. You want me to believe what you
I'll give you an example. Morocco. The Moroccans. Where did the Moroccans come from? The Moroccans.
Hold on. We know where the Moroccans come from. Those are Arabs, sir. Those are Arabs, sir.
Where is the original homeland? Do you know the original homeland for the Arabs?
Turkey.
No.
Turkey.
No, it's not.
Where is
Turks
it
are not. They're not even Arabs. Turks are not Arabs. The Arabs originated from Yemen.
Arabs,
listen,
man.
The original Arabs originated from Yemen. Yemen, okay?
Yemen.
And
Okay,
they spread to the Arabians.
Okay, that's all Africa as far as I'm concerned, sir.
No, Yemen is not Africa, brother.
There's no such thing as the Middle East. All of that was Africa. Even Israel is Africa, sir. All of that is Africa, sir. They split it up later. Yeah, have you heard about what 1865? I just said it and I just lost it. But there was a dividing of Africa in 1865. That's what happened.
I agree.
That's what happened to Africa. That's when they sliced it up and gave it, and they split it up and called one section the Middle East. But it was all Skull Island, sir. It was all ancient Kemet over there, sir. That's what it was. There was the Black Moors, and then there were the Berbers, and then somehow all of a sudden the Black Moors left, and the Berbers became the Moors, and then they started Morocco. So Morocco was the first country to recognize United States as being a sovereign nation. Okay,
I
sir.
know that.
What you don't understand, sir, is that you want me to believe things about Somalia.
We're not even talking about Somalia. You
And
was
I'm
just talking about
trying,
Somalia. I came
and
to
I'm
talk about
trying to
do
tell you
Africans
that
know they're reaping
I'm
benefits
trying
from
to
the Cali.
tell you. Listen, sir. I'm trying to completely tell you that I'm not African. I'm not African.
So you're a European white man.
I'm not a European white man. I'm not a European white man, sir. I'm a foundational Black American. I am the very definition of the term American.
So what are
If you
Native
look
Americans?
up,
What are they called? What are they called?
no,
Native
Native
Americans.
Americans. Okay, let me tell you, Native Americans were first European. Did you know
They're
that?
first. They're first Europeans.
Yeah, the Europeans start referring to themselves as Native Americans, and then you know what they did?
These names,
No,
Native,
yeah, go
Indian.
look at. Okay, let
These
me give you
names
a movie.
were
Let me
written
give you
by
a
the
movie.
white man. Is
Let me
the
let me
winner
let me
writes the
let me
books.
give you a movie. Let me give you a movie. Have you ever seen Gangs of New York?
Yes.
Yeah, what did the YT people call themselves in the Gangs of New York? It was the Rabbits versus who?
The rabbits. I don't know. Rabbits and fox. I
Rabbits
don't know.
versus the natives.
Okay.
The natives were the ones that were saying they were pilgrims. They've been here first, and they were trying to kick out the Irish, the Polish, and all those little clans teamed up and became the rabbits and all. It was the natives versus the rabbits. The natives versus the Ellis Islanders. The natives versus the YT
It's
immigrants.
like Bloods and
Native,
Crips and all that stuff. Same thing.
right,
It's the
right,
same thing. It's the
exactly.
same thing. It's the same thing.
Exactly. And then they became political parties, sir.
Got it.
You see what I'm saying? The
Got it.
the Irish became the police, the Italians became come on, the Jews became the bankers. Come on, brother. It's right
But
there. The
but
first
I'm saying
Native
but I'm saying the
Americans
American
were
dream was
white.
more for the listen. The American dream was more
Brother,
for the
you
white
don't know
people. The
anything
benefits.
about my
Listen,
country. I get you. You don't know anything about America. I'm teaching
I know
you.
America,
You
bro.
can't teach me,
I
brother.
grew up. Listen, I grew up in America
Brother,
my whole life,
my
man.
family's from here. You're not from here. You can't teach me about my own country. You see how
Listen,
stupid and
I've been
arrogant
here. Listen,
you
I've
are?
been in this country for more than 30
Doesn't
30
matter
years.
how long, brother. I'm
Listen,
45 years old. I'm not
it,
listening to you. You're a child. You're a child with a big forehead
listen, a
and an
child.
arrogant complex,
You're
brother.
calling me a child, but you're over here
You're a
calling names.
child. You're a
You're calling
child,
names.
brother. You're a child. You're a
How
child.
much?
You
You
can't
see,
tell me
I'm a
anything.
30-year-old, 30 plus year
You
old man. You call me a
can't.
child.
You
What's with the
can't. You're a
disrespect?
child, brother. You're a hunter gatherer. That's what you are. You
And what
come
are
from
you?
a hunter. I'm not a hunter gatherer,
What
sir.
are you?
I'm brother. My
You're
people.
the.
My people brought maize to your country. My people brought tomatoes to your country. You guys, the very staple that you guys use as food came from America, sir.
Listen,
We're the ones that
the
taught the
Europe,
YT people how to do agriculture the right way so they don't
the
starve.
white man brought me to this country. You understand that?
No,
It
no,
was
no, 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 no. You
Clinton.
sold out. No,
Listen,
no, no, no,
it
no, no,
was
brother.
Clinton
Brother,
during
you
the war in
sold out.
Somalia
Brother,
that
you
brought me
sold
here.
out. Brother, no. You sold someone out.
You see?
You probably turned your booty hole up
You
and
see,
got
you're a grown man talking like a
and
child.
then you came over here,
You're a
brother.
grown man.
I'm just saying
You
how you got
you
here.
you listen.
I'm just
You
saying how
look
you
at
got
someone's
here.
intelligence by how they talk. When you're
You
talking like
snitched.
this,
You
you're literally
snitched on
lowering
somebody.
your IQ.
You snitched on somebody, brother.
You
You're a
see?
refugee is a big scam, by the way. That's the biggest scam. Brother, you snitched on somebody, and that's how you got out. Your family told on somebody,
Okay.
told on your own people,
Word of
and that's how
advice.
you got out.
Word of advice. When you
Brother,
talk
you can't give me any
talk
advice.
disrespect,
You
you're
can't
lowering
give
your
me any
IQ.
advice. brother, you can't give me any advice, brother.
I'm giving you advice right now.
You can't. I don't accept it because it's coming from a Somalian. Are you crazy?
You see, when you say Somalian, you think that's disrespectful, but that is something to be proud of. I'm a proud Somalian. You're trying to. The issue with you is you think you're disrespecting me.
Coming from
Listen,
𝗏𝗏.
you see, 𝗏𝗏, you have no history.
You be proud of that, brother.
You are a lost guy. You're lost. You're lost. You have no history. The only thing you know is KFC and KFC and rap. That's all you know. KFC, kitchen, and watermelon.
Sir,
what can you cook?
What's going on in Somalia right now? How come you can't?
Listen, I'll tell you what's going on in Somalia. I'll tell you what's going on in Somalia. Somalia is as big as Texas. You understand that?
How come you can't go back?
I can't. I just went back last year. What are you talking about?
How come you don't stay over there and build your family up over there?
Because I have a passport. I'm an American citizen. What are you talking about?
Brother.
Who gave me my citizen? You don't have no control over citizenship.
You turned your booty, brother. If it's because of what
you have no control,
that you're able to.
You're sad. You're angry because Somalians. Listen, I'll tell you what's wrong with you. I'll tell you why you're angry. I'll tell you why you're angry.
I'm not angry.
I'll tell you why you're angry. You're angry because you see Africans coming here less than one generation. They become doctors, lawyers, buying houses. You're just angry.
No, let me bring up some more.
Don't be jealous.
Let me bring up nobody. Let me
You're
bring
jealous,
up some
brother.
with scholarship. Let me bring up some people that's gonna hit you with scholarship, brother. Because I'm getting.
Hey, you know Somalians. Somalians are one of the biggest scammers. A Somalian just scammed over $350 million in PPP loan scams in Minnesota, and also it was Somalians that scammed their own people $1 million of home loans. So y'all know big scammers. So
okay, I'll answer that, brother. I'll answer that. I'll answer that.
You can't answer that.
I'll answer that. Let me answer that. Where is the reputation? Where is the 40 acres and a mule?
No. They speak on Somalia. They speak on the things Somalia do. You got whole time Somali gangs. Oh, we doing way better than Somalia. You know your country is
we got more millionaires.
What flag is that? What flag do you have? What flag do you have?
That's a Black American
heritage flag.
We over here in America, but what are you doing for people in Somalia? You know Somalia is going.
So you're American, but you also have another flag.
But it's a Black American heritage flag. If you don't know anything about
Black American heritage flag, so you don't even know anything about us.
Like the Black Lives Matter flag, right?
It's not a Black Lives Matter flag. You kind of ignorant though. Hey, but tell you the truth is that what are you doing against the 𝗏𝗏𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀 that's going over there wreaking havoc over in Somalia?
What do you mean?
What are you doing against the 𝗏𝗏𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀 that's wreaking havoc?
We're fighting them. We're fighting them.
If you're fighting,
you're not fighting them.
Someone is fighting them. We're fighting them. What are you talking about?
You're not fighting them.
We're fighting them.
You're not fiting anything.
Are you fighting the gangsters? Are you fighting the Bloods and Crips?
Hey.
Are you fighting the club?
Too much. Hey, I can read. You got whole entire Somali gangs over here and over there in Minnesota that's wreaking havoc in Somalia.
You guys made them gangs. You're the ones that
No. Hey, you got Somalian gangs in Minnesota right now. I can pull it up. You got the Somali outlaws, the Somali mafia. You got
they're following your footsteps. You got that brainwashed them.
You got all the types of Somali organized. You got all types of Somali organized crime syndicates out there in Minnesota that's wreaking havoc in Minnesota. So you really can't.
Follow me back. Follow me back.
No, Somalians, them Somali gangs are scamming PPP loan scam over $350 million of PPP loan scams got scammed. You scammed the U.S. government. Your people in Minnesota scammed the U.S. government over $250-300 million though, and that's actually
do you know how much corruption? Okay. You're talking about 300 million. What about
that's a lot.
Okay. You see, you're focusing on 300 million. What about the slavery?
What have you invented, sir? What has Somalia invented, sir? What has a Somalian invented, sir?
Exactly.
Can you answer that question for me? What has a Somalian invented?
Wait, let me finish my train of thought, brother.
Answer that question. What has a Somalian
and also, if you contribute, some Trump put your country on the travel ban list. Are you aware that your country's official on the travel ban list? Are you aware that?
Listen, we could do that when a Democrat comes in.
And also, a lot of Somalis getting deported in Minnesota right now.
If they get deported, they break the law. They should get deported.
Y'all saying that in Kenya too, right? Because when y'all start stomping on that flag, that's exactly what y'all got on TV and said.
No, they can't. Listen, the northeast. As I said earlier, the northeast Somali region, the 𝗥𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝘀𝗶cie, Mandera. That's Somali people live there. There's like 5 million Somalis living in Kenya.
And Somalia is breaking up to three pieces. You got a new country over there called Somalia, you know,
New country.
Somaliland over there. So you got
That is within.
a
It's
lot.
like saying the Confederate. They had a flag, right? The Confederates. It's like that, brother. It's not a big deal. We're in unity. We have a big land, as I said
No,
earlier to this
you're
brother.
not doing this
As I
Somalia
said,
because you got
as
a
I,
whole country over there called Somaliland. You got the Somaliland is breaking away from the official
no,
country
it's
Man,
not
Somalia.
breaking apart. It's not. It's like saying California is gonna break away from America. It's not. It's just one of those people.
brother,
Okay,
you are known for fleeing. That's why you're not over there
fleeing what?
fighting. You're fleeing. You're fleeing hunger. You're fleeing hunger. You're fleeing tribal wars, and you're over
Oh,
here chilling.
they don't
Okay,
got
brother,
tribes over there. They got clans over there. They got
I
brother,
ain't
clans over there. 'Cause
never,
I've
I
been
ain't
brother.
over
never
there
had
over
to
there.
flee my
I
homeland. I'm
and
here in my homeland right now.
This
and,
is listen. I
I'm
can
here in my
honestly
homeland
say
right
this is a
now,
white man, the white man's country.
sir. The white
no,
man
not really. It's not
controls
white man's
This is
country.
the
controls
white
the
man's country.
resources.
No,
I'm
not
not.
really
I
though.
don't have. Listen,
This ain't the white
unlike
man's
both of you
country,
guys.
sir.
Listen, unlike both of you guys, I don't have hate in my heart. Okay,
Sir, this is not the white man's country. This is foundational Black American country, sir. I just proved that to you.
brother. Listen,
Prove that to you,
I don't
brother.
have hate in my heart.
Brother,
I see you.
you know what's crazy?
You can talk
You
nonsense to
think
me,
you have a
but I see both of you as my black brothers.
brother. We're not
Okay,
brothers. We're
we're
not
not
brothers.
brothers.
Not, we're not brothers. We're not. We're not. We're not. We're not, man. You know, I mean, you could bring that. You could say that if you want to, but you're not. You're not brothers. We're not brothers.
Listen, I don't have hate in my heart. Listen, I don't have hate in my heart. We can disagree to disagree. You know what I'm saying? End of the listen. One thing I want to tell you guys is this country, this whole world, this earth. It is God who created this earth. Okay.
Okay.
It is
Okay.
God that controls. Once in your mind, when
Mhm.
you understand that God is the creator and He's the one
Brother,
that created the earth.
you're looking at them. When you refer to gods and goddesses, you're looking at the ones that did it all. If we didn't go over there and teach y'all the game, y'all wouldn't even be able to talk right
What
now.
game did you teach? What game did you teach?
Man, we taught y'all everything, brother. We gave y'all the corn, we gave y'all the agriculture, we gave y'all the pyramids over there, man. We gave y'all everything, brother.
The pyramids. You gave us the pyramids.
Yeah, we gave y'all the pyramids, brother. It wasn't no aliens that you thought aliens did that? You thought aliens did that?
Yeah, this guy is too funny, man.
You thought aliens did
Funny.
that, brother? You believe in aliens? You believe in Sky Daddy? And he came down and he built some pyramids for y'all, brother? Is that what you believe?
Dude said Sky Daddy.
Is that what you believe in Sky
I
Daddy?
don't. I don't believe in that,
You
man.
believe in? Yeah, of course you do. Yeah, you
I don't
believe in
believe in
Sky Daddy.
that. I don't believe in that,
You
man. But I
believe
do
in Sky
believe
Daddy,
that
brother.
God created a lot of
Yeah,
generations. Listen, I believe there are
you're
more.
looking at the
There are
original
different
man. Hold
civilizations
on.
before us that God destroyed.
You're looking at the no. We never got destroyed. We're still here. We're the remnant and the righteous people that are still here on this land, brother. We're preaching truth to you right now, whether you receive it or not.
Listen, did you know that Adam, when Adam, do you believe in Adam?
Hey, also, let's talk about what's going on in the Middle East, though, because I've been over here near your homeland. I've been in Ethiopia. I've been in Kenya. I've been near your homeland. I've been to a couple Middle Eastern countries. I'm
When did you
actually
went to what?
That's another
now,
black man who traveled. Who got a
now,
Oh,
passport.
I just
big
got back.
respect,
I just got back from Japan actually.
big
About a
respect,
day
brother,
ago.
big respect. I
Now,
respect you
now,
for
now, now,
traveling.
now, I'm gonna say this though. Now, over there in Somalia, right?
You been to
Kenya,
Somalia?
no, I haven't been. I've been
Then
there.
you
I've been.
can't talk about it. You never
You
been there.
got
You can't
you
talk
got
about it.
you got a lot
Brother,
of Somalians
brother,
that actually refugees over
I
in Kenya
know
and
why there's
Ethiopia.
so many Somalians over here. Why I don't want to go over there because
Yo, both you
why would
guys,
I
let's
Hey,
go to
go
hey,
Somalia.
anywhere
Let's
that y'all
link up.
hey,
fleeing
Let's link
from?
hey.
up. Let's go to
I'm
Somalia.
gonna tell you. I'm
Why
gonna
would
tell
I
you though.
go
I'm gonna
anywhere
tell
that
you though
y'all are
because while I was in the
fleeing
I'll
from?
military,
take both of you to Somalia.
hey, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you something real quick. Black Lion. So while I went over there to Ethiopia, because Africa, right? So the station in Ethiopia and Djibouti area, because I know Djibouti area, Ethiopia is right near Somalia, like
Djibouti,
East
Somali.
Africa.
That's Somaliland. You know that, right?
So what that problem is though, you have a lot of Somali refugees that go to places like Djibouti, Ethiopia, and Kenya though, because Kenya and Ethiopia share the same border as Somalia. Now, what they do is that the Kenyan government over there in Kenya had to restrict Somali refugees from coming to Kenya though, because all the T attacks that been going on in Kenya area, especially Nairobi area though, when it comes to the 𝗖𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀 and all that stuff going on now, is that you got a lot of human trafficking that goes on over there in
What is my
Somalia. That a lot of them Arabs, a lot of them Arab countries do is that places like Tunisia, Algeria, the United Arab Emirates. I've been over there to United Arab Emirates. I've been to Qatar. I've been to Kuwait. I've been to them regions over there now. over there, the rich Arab families over
How
there.
does it feel to travel? How do you feel? How do you feel about traveling?
Now, the rich Arab families over there, what they do is that they promise the Somalians that they're gonna give them a one-way ticket to work as maids over there and work for the rich Arab families out there in places like Tunisia and Algeria and Egypt and the United Emirates and Qatar, Kuwait areas like over there. And once they get to the airport, they see take their passports away from them. Then they make them work as slaves in their houses and maids and all that type of stuff. Then if they leave, they put them in jail over there though. 'Cause I seen it. I seen it while I went to some of these Arab countries over there. And also
All right, let me
Somalia
bring
is
up some
part,
more people, man.
and also Somalia is part of the Arab League over there. So a lot of Somalians really think they're Arabs over there.
Are you done, brother?
Yeah, I'm done.
Let me bring up some more people, man.
Yo, so when you went to Ethiopia, Kenya, how do you feel? How did you feel? How was your experience?
Honestly though, you got cool people, but the problem is that they not one of them though. They said that, oh, you not Kenyan, you Black American, because they as soon as we step foot on their soil, they can tell we not from there. Just like
No, but you go to a country and everywhere you go is millions of black people. How did you feel inside?
Melanated people, brother. We're black. They don't call themselves black over there in Africa.
I'm blacker than you. What are you talking about?
But Black
not
Lion,
even
it's
close.
actually true though.
I'm blacker than you, man.
Hey, but Black Lion though, they don't call themselves black over there. They go by there. They in Somalia, they go by
brother.
in
What?
Somalia.
Cam up.
In Somalia, they don't go. They go based off their clans over there. Somalia, you don't got tribes, but you got clans over there in Somalia. So they go by based off their clans over there in Somalia. Then you go to Ethiopia, they go by based off their tribes. So black is not ethnicity identifier.
Did you know Somalia? The name Somalia is a tribe. If you look at Google right now, Ethiopia, you have Amhara, Tigrinya, Oromo, Somali,
No,
Afar.
I've been all throughout the East Africa. I've been all over the Ethiopia though. So
The word Somali itself, it's a country,
hold
but
on.
also ethnicity.
Hold on real quick, brother. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
So you saying you classify yourself as black when you're over. You're not YT, right? You don't classify.
I'm a black man.
Are you lying? I mean, I'm just asking. What checkbox do you check when?
If the checkbox says Caucasian, African, Black, European, Latino, I always check black.
That's a problem.
now, and too much though, and also over there in homeland Africa though, especially
Why
Ethiopia,
do Africans know they're reaping the benefits from a classification they didn't fight for? Do you know that you're reaping the benefits of a group of people that fought for that checkbox that you classify yourself as, brother?
So what do you mean put white?
I mean that's what most of y'all put white. we seen your driver's license. We seen your passport. Bro, put white on there. Bro.
Listen, I'm blacker than you are. First of all, I am.
And also Somalia.
This guy, Black Vog, he went there. He knows. You know how black are we, bro?
I'm gonna tell you.
We don't know, brother. We know you're afraid of your homeland. That's why you're over here, and we know you won't come up.
And too much though. And also, I went over to the Kenya, Tanzania area. You got a lot of Somalis over there. Now, over there in Kenya and Tanzania, the Somalis, they don't call it so.
Bro, we're everywhere, bro. I went to Zambia, Ndola, Lusaka. We're there, man. We're everywhere, bro.
Over there in Somalia, though, a lot
everywhere
of Somalis,
but your homeland.
A lot of Somalis actually seek refugees in neighboring countries like Ethiopia, places like Kenya, and places.
Yo,
like
one thing I realized. Now over
there in Somalia is that Somalis don't call themselves black over there in Ethiopia. They call themselves Arab. A lot of Somalis actually in Ethiopia and Kenya, they actually call themselves Arab over there.
The only time they try to be black is when they get over here, bro.
Yeah, when they get over here though, because I've been over there.
One thing I want to say, brother. One thing I want to say is when I traveled to Zambia, Ethiopia, Kenya. I've been in Kenya. My wife is in Kenya actually right now.
Yeah, okay? I've been over there. I've been all over there. I've been all over the Serengeti.
Hold on, Black One. Let me let some other people speak real quick.
Okay,
man.
okay.
Christian, go ahead, Christian. Is that
it's Chris. All right. Yeah. I'm a foundational Black American, and I just wanted to say this though. A lot of the Horners, a lot of the people from the Horn of Africa, they classify themselves as Caucasian, and specifically Somalis, they refer to Black people as Jarirs, and though they say it's not a negative classification or a negative term, but they use it in a racist term, in a derogatory way. And they know this. They use the term Jareer often. Okay. And also, I just wanted to say this, some of the things that are going on in Somalia. They like to say a lot of repeat white racist talking points as it relates to Black Americans. But let's take a
hate for Somalians. Go ahead.
no, but let's look at what's really going on over here in Somalia. You understand? You have I'll use the term young brides. Okay, I'll use the term young brides, and you have some, and it's prevalent over there. You have young brides. There's approximately, according to the UN Population Fund, there are young bride. I used to, instead of using child marriage. Child marriage rate is approximately,
have you heard of the
45%. It's approximately, no, we're talking about a 45%, rate in Somalia. And some of these child brides, some of these child brides are as young as 11 years old.
What about P. Diddy?
Okay. And also you have the female genital mutilation. There's also, you have that scenario. You have a lot of situations over there, yet it's ironic that you guys point fingers at Black Americans. You talk about the baby mama culture and all of that, when you have, again, child marriage rate of approximately 45% in Somalia. You have female genital mutilation. All of these things, yet you claim that you have the utmost respect for women. Apparently you don't.
Okay,
and then you know about, and we all know about, you guys talk about situations over here in terms of, but a lot of us know about chewing on khat. If you don't know, for people who don't know what khat is, it's spelled KHAT.
What about crack cocaine?
It's a drug that is used over there. It's a drug that is used over there, and it's highly addictive.
Okay.
And am I correct? Yes or no? And you guys chew it.
You know about crack cocaine? Crack cocaine.
Okay, no, don't bring that term. Don't use that term also on TikTok. Because I'm trying to be TikTok friendly as well. But khat, all right, it's a highly addictive drug, and unfortunately, some of the men over there who are addicted to that drug, okay, are selling their children, doing things that they should not be doing. So there's a lot of things going on, like the clan wars. The ethnic cleansing, al-Shabaab that was mentioned, the young brides, the khat addiction, the ritual unalivings, the terrorism, the diseases, female genital mutilation. You have a lot of issues. High illiteracy, high rates of illiteracy. You guys need to focus on going back home and fixing Somalia.
Okay, let me answer your questions, brother, okay? Somalia is not a perfect country. Somalia is classified as a third world country.
What's the GDP in Somalia? What's the GDP in Somalia?
Okay, this GDP thing is a white man system. The white, let me finish.
No, brother. Answer the question? What's the GDP in Somalia, sir?
I don't know. But what I'm saying, let me finish.
Let me look it up for you.
When he's talking, you're not interrupting. When I'm speaking, you're always interrupting me.
Let me look it up for you. The GDP in Somalia.
But listen, let me speak, but don't interrupt me, because the whole time he was talking, you didn't interrupt him. So Somalia is not a perfect country. It's a country in 1990. We had a civil war where finally we had a transitional government. We're upcoming, okay? One thing you don't understand is in Somalia, everybody has a house. There's no bank loans. There's no interest. Everybody has a house. Everybody has a means. They have their own land. There's no rent. Everybody has camels. They have land. They have livestock.
Their hair with camel piss, y'all. They wash their hair with camel piss, y'all.
You see, when I'm speaking, you always not interrupting me. Everybody has livestock. They have land. You don't understand. Somalia is as big as Texas. The population is 15 million. Can you imagine how big that is?
The population is how big?
Land?
Huh? The population is how big?
15 million.
Country's bigger than Texas.
50 or
Somalia is as big as Texas with 15 million.
We understand that. So, but what's your point?
Let me finish. We have the longest coastline. We have all natural resources. We have oil. Let me finish.
Exactly. Why aren't you there?
See,
That was going to be our next question. Why aren't you there?
let me just finish. I'm not. Every time I talk,
Go ahead,
you guys
bro.
are interrupting me.
Wrap it up, brother. This is a moot point, though. You know that, right? Come on, Chris.
This guy was talking for 10 minutes. I talked for 2 minutes. You're interrupting
You were
me.
hitting
I
y'all with
only spoke for a minute and a half. Come on,
No,
man.
you spoke. You were saying
I
all
spoke
this
for a
nonsense.
minute and a half. Again, why aren't you there? Also, check this out.
You see, I can't even finish. I can't even finish.
I'm
Go
gonna
ahead, go ahead, go
I'm
ahead.
gonna let you finish, but I just want to say this. Also, according to necrometrics, right? Approximately 500,000 Somalis are estimated to have been unalived by other Somalis since the start of that 30-year Somali war, that Somali civil war. Necrometrics, approximately 500,000 Somalis.
People don't do that.
How many
Unalived.
wars?
Unalived.
How many
Okay.
African Americans
Yet
died
you want to talk about so-called GANG violence and things of that nature.
Listen,
You guys forced us to
civil
study.
war happens.
You
What do
guys
you think is
forced
going to
us to
happen?
study what's going on over there. You understand? You forced us to study the desperate Somali women who are turning to prostitution in Yemen.
No,
How
that's
about
false.
that?
It's
No,
false.
that is false. According to the UNH
prostitution
organization,
happens in Atlanta. The strip clubs. What are you talking about, bro?
there are 55,000
What are you
Somali
talking about?
prostitutes in Yemen.
That
54,000.
is
This is according
bullshit,
to the
man.
UNH organization.
You know how many young girls
Why
are
is
in
that
your
going on?
city
Why are
selling
your
themselves? What are you
young
talking
women
about, man?
doing that?
Oh my God, man.
Since
Are
you
you
guys
finished?
are so,
Hold on, Chris.
noble.
Are you
Since you
finished?
claim to be so noble, 54,000 Somali women are prostitutes in Yemen. This is according to the UNH
There are
organization.
millions of African American
Hold on.
prostitutes in America. What are you talking about?
No, there's not. But hold on, Chris. Hold on. Let me say this. So let me give you some numbers here. The GDP of Somalia. Are you ready for this?
Go ahead.
There are NFTs with there are what do you call it? Meme coins with a bigger market cap than Somali. This is $12.11 billion. If you were a meme coin, you'd be probably around the top 12 or 13, something like that.
What do you have? What do you have? Are you a millionaire? What do you have?
Let me say, are you a millionaire, sir?
I'm asking you. Are you a millionaire?
His ancestors built the richest country on the planet by far. Times 10.
This is the richest country. What do you have? What do you have?
Listen, I'm about to tell you, brother. I'm about to tell you. The Black American population GDP. Are you ready? $2.1 trillion.
With the T word.
We're a T. You're only a T. And you're a low B. You're a low B. You're a low B. 12 point. Our spending power in the United States, man, it trumps.
Yeah, I'm gonna go buy Nikes and Jordans. I'm gonna go buy Jordans and Nikes.
Doesn't matter what we spend it on, sir, because you're over here.
Made in China.
Doesn't matter on what we spend it on, sir.
What do you own? What do you own? Do you own Microsoft? Do you own Google? Do you own Apple? What do you own? What do you own? Tell me. What do you own?
Invented, not what was stolen.
You don't own anything.
Do you own Apple? Who owns Apple?
Listen, no matter what it is.
Who owns TikTok? Who owns TikTok? Not a black man, I'll tell you that.
I'm not living in a shanty. Not a Somalian.
Listen, the sad. Okay.
Let me finish. You want to have the pissing contest? Let's do it. What did Somalians?
Okay.
No. Answer the question, sir. Sir, if you don't answer the question, I'm going to drop you. So just answer this question.
What do you have? What do you have? What do you invent?
No, listen to the question, sir. What did Somalia invent? Go.
Exactly.
No. Let him think about it. It took him a long time to think. What did Somalians contribute to the world? Go.
Freedom.
What did Somalians?
Freedom. True freedom.
No, sir. You're over here. You're over here in my homeland. You can't be.
I'm here to educate you. That's why I'm here.
Brother, you can't educate me. I'm educating you.
Educate you.
Brother, I'm your superior.
How are you superior?
You're my boy. What are you talking about? You're a boy.
I was never called a boy in my life. I've never been called a boy in my life.
Brother, you got swatted like flies.
You on the other hand, is a different story.
Swatted like flies, sir. That's why you're over here.
Exactly.
You're called
And
a pirate. You're called a pirate. Okay.
How
They
I
made a
see this?
movie
This
about you.
see, you're
They
speaking
made
like
a
the white
movie
man.
about
A
you, sir.
pirate.
They made a movie about pirates, sir. Pirates are
Your
Somalians.
mind is closed. Open
Brother,
your
no,
mind.
it's true.
Your
It's
mind is
true.
closed.
Sir,
How
listen,
can you be a pirate in your own country?
you
How does that make
flee,
sense?
you flee from your homeland and you're in my homeland now. And you think
This is
you're
not
gonna
your home. This is a white man's country.
you
What don't
think
you
Why you ain't
understand?
calling
no,
it
it's not.
Somali lion?
It's not.
Huh?
It's not. It's
Why you
not.
going black lion? It's Somali lion, ain't it?
No,
Yeah.
I'm a black lion, man.
You're
Watch
Hey,
not
out.
a black
folks
anything.
racialize you.
You're
Hey,
not a
real
black
quick, I wanted
anything.
to say salute to the host first and foremost. You know what I'm saying? I'm Black American on both sides of my family, just for the context of this conversation. I saw the prompt that you had in your picture, but I know the conversation done moved a little bit. I wanted to mention that it's a category on the census record now called MENA, Middle East North African, because the northern African Arabs, as well as Lebanon and all them other places, they know that they've been checking the box white for the longest. They say they've been forced to, but now they got their own tabulation, and nobody has an issue with them having delineation. I actually salute it and want to mention it as often as possible. 𝗔𝗯ance Mamdani, who's running for mayor in New York, he said because he was born on the African continent, it was okay for him to check the box claiming affirmative action.
Come on.
Come on, that's he's claiming our benefits, right? And he ain't even African. He was just born there. Is that enough to be African nowadays? I guess so. And
So
y'all
when
know
you
that,
say benefits,
when it
who's
comes
giving
to
you these benefits? Who's giving these
yes,
benefits?
he's just trying to take the benefits. And I would claim that people that do that are opportunists or colonists.
Who's giving you these
Colonizers.
benefits? When you say
It's a
benefits,
form of neo-colonization to move to someone's landmass, tell them who they aren't. Come on. And then once we fight for certain benefits, they come to get those benefits, but speak against those who are actually eligible for them. And instead, it's there to their benefit to keep those people down because it actually shows, gives them a utility. In South Africa, I heard they got Nigerians being imported instead of hiring local South African labor. So now South Africans and Nigerians is fighting. And the truth is, delineation needs to happen so they can understand what is and ain't an African and who actually is from South Africa and can get hired for that. And then my last point is going to be the Japanese that got paid reparations. They got paid in 1945 and in 1988, 89, I think. But in 1945, when they was interned, when they had their farmland stolen from them, their houses stolen from them, all their belongings in those homes for 4 years, you know that the white folks imported. They used the immigration system to import Japanese Americans of higher economic status and higher education status to hide the economic depravity that they levied against those who were interned. Let me say it plain. They bring in people who look like certain people to hide how much they robbed them. That is happening in modern day. So everyone who's here saying that they're here because they're a refugee, don't understand the unique politics that we're going through as Black Americans. And instead, they're just here to take benefits, which they think is from white folks, but really it's out of our pocket and our mouths as Black Americans because this is our shit. Thank you.
okay, I want to make one comment.
Exactly.
Africa. One second.
One second. Let me just respond real quick. Also, I just wanted to not, just to agree with what the brother just said, who spoke eloquently, and he broke it down. And also, when you take a look at even those Somali refugees, when they come and settle in areas like Minnesota and Ohio, they're basically delineating. And take a look at what Ilhan Omar is doing over there in Minnesota. She's really speaking up on behalf of the Somali community mainly. You understand it? And she has, it's as if she's in the she's basically an elected official, but she's speaking on behalf of Somalia itself. And everybody in the United States, every single ethnic group in the United States delineates. Even when the white ethnic groups came over here, the Irish, German, Italian, the Jewish, when they came over here, they even delineated from each other. You understand? But I also wanted to go back to when he was mentioning what do we own? You understand? First of all, Black Americans, Black-owned businesses in the United States have annual revenues of over $205 billion and employ over 2 million people, right? The top Black-owned companies in America were founded by Black Americans and not Black immigrants. And what is the top Black-owned company in America? A lot of people don't know, but we know about Tesla, Microsoft, and Amazon. But the top Black-owned company in America is called Worldwide Technology. It was founded by Black American tech billionaire David L. Stewart. It has annual revenues of over $18 billion, has over 7,000 employees. Also, this was the last thing I'm going to say, and I'm going to land right here. Also, we have in Indiana, right, we have a company called Millennium Steel. And it has annual revenues of over $300 million. It's a Black American-owned steel manufacturer. You understand? And it's one of the biggest employers in Indiana. So there's a number of companies that we own and that we things that we're doing in terms of businesses and so forth. And like what's mentioned in terms of communities, we also have numerous thriving communities, upper middle class. Black communities with intact families, high marriage rates, low crime, high property values. Black American communities like the ladera Heights, California, Charles County, Maryland, Prince George's County, what else? Springfield, Michigan, Olympia Fields, Illinois. You understand? Stone Mountain, Georgia, Baldwin Hills, California. So those are the things that we're doing. And we own land, we own farmland, we have real estate, so forth and so on. I'll land there.
Thank you, Chris. Too much. And hold on,
before you,
because I'm a mod and I've been waiting to get up here for about a good 45 minutes. I was watching you scramble already, and this conversation was hard, so I'm going to talk to Too Much. Too Much, I know you wanted to handle it, and I understood what you was doing, keeping us off the panel at first, but I had to leave because he was just up here scrambling and his energy is all high. I commend you for your patience. I kind of want to go back to Yak Film's statement with Mina, right? So I'm not sure if Yak is from New York, and I'm fairly new to understanding certain things about politics. But what I have been doing is following the U.S. Freedmen, and I sit in on certain things, like they have virtual meetings, just tapping those of the lineage in on things that's going on politically, right? Because we have the delineation movement, but disaggregation is really where it's at. And that's what MENA did. They disaggregated themselves because they didn't want to be a part of the YT group. They understood that they were being locked out of some things, identifying as that, and they needed a different type of repair. Here's the kicker. Our politicians actually voted yes for them to disaggregate themselves, delineate, or however you want to put it. Now, the U.S. Freedmen comes along. We find out the Caribbean actually had their own form of delineation. That's why they got the Caribbean Immigrant Caucus. The Africans got an African Immigrant Caucus, and Haiti has their own caucus too. So now here comes Black Americans like, dang, we late to the party. Who's going to help us push this bill and that bill, and who's going to stand with us? Do you know some didn't even answer the U.S. Freedmen, and others told them, well, I don't know how you're going to get anything if we not getting a piece. This is what they're doing to us in our government. But it was one lady from Guyana who was like, you know what? I'm going to help y'all. I must be in support of y'all because she tried to do it first 10 years ago and they told her no for something that she was going after. So delineation is a real thing. Disaggregating the numbers are a real thing. If y'all think FBA is out here being divisive or cold or hateful and all of this, they are really in our government playing group economics, and they delineated first. You just got to look for the information. The only problem is that Black Americans, no matter if we identify as foundational Black Americans, Adolf Freedman, or whatever, Hebrew, whatever the heck we want to identify as, if we are of the lineage, we give away the blueprint from A to Z. And we be on these apps giving away everything. So we got to be mindful of that. But another thing. Why is he here if they have land and we don't have nothing? What he's not understanding is that our civil rights movements dramatically eased the restriction that was on Black immigration. And I don't want to call them Black anymore. They're Afro-descended, right? That is a real term that real people went to some place in Brazil and came up with. And that's to identify everybody who came from the continent of Africa. And they're trying to apply it to foundational Black Americans. But we can't get caught up. We cannot. Oh, thank you too much. We cannot get caught up in this one flat Blackness because they know they not Black. That's why they got the Caribbean Immigrant Caucus. They got the Jamaican Chamber of Commerce. They got a Haitian Chamber of Commerce. They got all these things based off their lineage, right? But conveniently on these apps and in our community, they telling us we all black, but they delineated first. Do y'all see how that works, guys? So I want the African who migrate here to understand they are not African American. We are a classified people. We too do not agree with the term. We too think that maybe it should have went to y'all, but however, it has not. I was 13 when they reclassified me from black to African American. I accomplished too much after that. I go to research Booker T. Washington. He's listed as an African American. I researched Alain Leroy Locke. He's listed as an African American. I pulled my granny's genealogy, her unaliving certificate, because I had my lineage verified and I needed her unaliving certificate. She's listed as an African American, but she is a black American and an indigenous woman. Her mama was indigenous. So we cannot let them have this title. And the only thing we're saying to y'all is identify correctly, because y'all already delineated. Why would y'all do that to us? And we've been championing the diaspora forever. And let me tell you something. We never had a problem with the continent until we met you guys and realized what y'all were doing. I was 14 years old with X-Clan, Public Enemy, Queen Latifah, even Moni Love. Our Englanders were coming here and getting in line with black Americans. That's why we don't got no problem with Slick Rick. We don't have no problem with him because he paid homage to us and we all paid homage to Africa. One of my favorite groups is Jungle Brothers. They said, I'm an African man with an African beat. You know, everything was about Africa. And then we start meeting the people, and here they come. We don't like y'all. A European born here's more African than y'all. Y'all are slaves and y'all are this. Y'all got to take some accountability in the way this relationship has eroded. We were out there for Ethiopia when I think it was the Italians were after them, right? And then when 𝗖𝗔𝗏𝘂 was giving us land, the Caribbean came and took that. And then we were out there for South Africa and their apartheid. Like, we have always tried to help everybody.
Down for South Africa. We said no.
Okay, are you done, ma'am?
No, I'm not done. I'm not done. I watched you for 45 minutes up here scrambling. 45 minutes, and you complaining that Chris had 2 minutes? So I'm going to land here. I think that the Afro-descendant immigrants, right, and even the Latinos, we could call them in, y'all need to understand where this relationship eroded, and it starts with y'all, not us. I land.
There you go.
Okay, I'll go back on what Yak was talking about in South Africa. That's a good comment. I honest to God, a lot of what I see in South Africa, brother, is the Native Africans. I forgot what their tribe is called. They're pressing their economic crisis on Nigerians and other Africans, and not looking at internally and how the economic system works. 90% of the wealth is owned by the white people. 80% of the land is owned by white people, but they're blaming their downfall on other Africans, whether it be Nigerian, whether it be from Zambia, and not looking at the bigger picture. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing, divide and conquer. Same thing. What I see right now in America is, whether you're attacking Ilhan Omar or you're attacking Somalians and all these benefits, you guys are not looking at the bigger picture and seeing, you're saying, oh, this guy is getting from my rewards. That's not it, bro. It is a bigger picture. It's the same concept of divide and conquer, whether it was...
Brother, we're not gonna go down a whole history.
It's the same thing, man. It's saying house Negroes, field Negroes is divide.
Brother, you were never with us, so there's nothing.
It is the same. Okay. I was not with you, but when I read history, why is it that
when had the African stood next to a black American?
The issue is when I speak, you interrupt me. Why is that?
Brother,
have you noticed that?
Because you babble. Have you noticed that, brother, that you're a babbler?
Okay, guys. Good night. I'm leaving. Take it easy.
Peace.
Nice talking to you guys.
Change your name to Somali Lion.
Yeah.
Get off the black term. You're
not black, man.
Who says I'm not black? Says you? Says you?
Definitely Lion. Ilhan Omar says when she speaks outside the language.
Stop hating, man.
She speaks outside the language. She needs to go back.
Hate is not good, man. Hate is...
Brother, we don't have no hate, but we're not gonna sit there and listen to no peasant. speak all day.
You see, he called me a peasant. You see, you're a grown man calling names.
Brother, you're a peasant. You're a hunter-gatherer.
What are you? If I'm a hunter-gatherer, it's like me calling you
behind us,
if I called you a slave? What if I called you a slave?
Brother, you're the first slave.
The same as calling somebody a slave,
It's
bro.
like calling you a slave. You called me a
lame, bro. You lame, trying to swing it to the slave conversation. Hey, can I shout out some more Black American inventors and all that?
Man, lay it out on him, brother, because Somali ain't invented nothing.
Shout out to billionaire Robert Smith.
Yo, have a good night, guys.
Asking
Good night.
what we own. We got Black American billionaires like Robert Smith. We got the dude that
follow me back.
Add
me. Follow me back.
Brother, go
milk
your cow. Go milk your cow, and we'll talk.
Hey, shout out to 𝗖cie viņš𝘁𝘁𝗁𝗂. There's a Black American invented the shower curtain and the shower curtain rod. He also invented the 3-point mirror. It's the ones that we use when we're getting our hair cut or when you.
Yo, can we talk about how important the shower curtain rod is?
Shout out to that.
That motherfucker important.
You don't use a shower curtain rod? I'm very.
Hell yeah, dog. Hey, yo, have you ever not had one?
Shout out to those who invented it, is what I said. Who's of my community. And you know, it's just important, you know, for those who do use one every day, myself included in that conversation. I have a new appreciation. It's crazy because now that the internet's here, we're learning that, you know, pretty much everything sitting around us, got our hands on it already, right? Not just with the inventions and stuff, but also with social movements, as BX was speaking to, as well as morality and you know, spiritual clarity. BX, I am in New York. I'm in Brooklyn. And I've been to at least 4 of the panels for reparations that were supported by the Puerto Rican, Black, Latino, and Asian caucus or something like that with 𝗥𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝘁. And we've had to fight every step of the way alongside the U.S. Freedmen Project. Shout out to them. Shout out to Divine and the others in the U.S. Freedmen Project to clarify delineation and desegregation. And California does have a bill for desegregation that they were able to pass, where all data collected will have a separate tabulation for Black/African Americans who were formerly enslaved. And then there's Caribbean Blacks and there's African Blacks. So shout out to that. But I agree with you. We need to stay on the next to those in New York because it's way easier to make the conversation seem confusing here, where it's a lot more, you know what I'm saying, diversity, for lack of a better term. Because when I was growing up in California, it was Black American, white folks, and Asians. And it was mostly Chinese and Filipino. It was a very simple, and it was Mexicans. But it was a very simple world. New York is not simple at all. And you know what I'm saying, Somalia, adding all this other stuff into it. Let me make this last point. There are 95 nations of people that can self-identify as Black/African American when they come here. That is chaos. Nobody in their homeland calls themselves a term that's a color that was done to them. And the sooner we start calling ourselves our actual ethnicities, the better, because we'll learn about our individual experiences and y'all will put some respect on our name specifically. Thank you.
Can you tell me about the Black, Latino, and Asian caucus? Because this seems fairly new, and they came to my attention only when I saw them at the New York reparations hearings, right? So I'm from New York, born and raised, and we've always had our problems with these other groups. Not saying that at times we can't have friends on all of this, but when I say foundational Black Americans don't have no allies, I mean that. So I mean, when we join those groups together, right? Do foundational Black Americans lose their purpose, right? Because what I'm finding is Caribbeans, Latinos who migrated here or were acquired after our enslavement era and after their enslavement era think they should come to our reparations hearings. Instead of understanding they should fight CARICOM or even get their caucuses, right, to fight Spain or push legislation or make Spain repair them. Why are they over here burdening Black Americans when I'm never called to the table for Asians to get something? Where I'm never called to the table. Like, we're such an open book. They put our hearings on YouTube. I was horrified when they moved it from there. I don't know if we're allowed at the Jewish, the small hats, when they're supposed to get something. So to me, this caucus appeared out of nowhere. It could have always been there. But what is their agenda? Because I ain't trusting nobody. I don't think foundational Black Americans have any allies at all.
You don't.
And so I want to know more about the caucus is what I'm asking you.
The caucus I don't really mess with. But their leaders who was trying to step up and say that she advocated for the bill to be passed. But normally I just set them to the side because there's people coming to these task force meetings, including it was a lady who didn't speak English. She had to have a translator speaking Spanish. And we were talking about reparations, the history of the state of New York. And she turned it into, I'm a cleaner for housing. I haven't been paid in 2 weeks and stuff in Spanish. How disrespectful. And to me, it's a form of colonization. Ain't that what they do? They colonize. They come and they say, your issues ain't important, even though I'm standing on your land. So I don't trust no caucus that got anything but Black American in the title. And we don't have no caucus like that except the U.S. Freedmen Project. And there is a lady who's in office now, named Nikki Lucas. I don't know if you know about Councilmember Nikki Lucas, but she speaks. She speaks about freedmen. She speaks about disaggregation, delineation, and she said get rid of that bill as it was written because it said Black/African American throughout it, and you can blame that caucus for that. But she said that there's a bill that's much more specific that she was advocating for, which would create a Freedmen's Bureau, set aside $40 million annually, and a lot more. But so I just wanted to shout out Nikki Lucas because we do have a couple people that's fighting. They just be, drowned out by the immigrants who are making it about, being against Trump.
Okay, because I was confused when you first brought up the Black Latino caucus. I thought you was like in support of them, so I just wanted clarity on that. But yes, Divine did tell us about Nikki Lucas, right? So out of 100 politicians, I think he said she's the only one that's taken up the Freedmen cause, and we do know who's our ally on the reparations committee hearing, but that's another thing in itself, and we don't have to focus on it. But it is an issue. It's like everybody lets us do the heavy lifting. And instead of really fighting for tangible things from the government that actually enslaved them, they want to come over here and change it into an environmental issue. They say marginalized groups. And I remember that meeting also well when the lady stood up with her granddaughter. If you migrated here after the harm was done or the work was done, sit your ass down or go to a city council meeting. But why are you at a reparations for Black people meeting? So we're just railroaded all over the place. But right now, one step at a time, we're highly energized and we're finding ways to combat the erasure that's happening in New York. And shout out to California for getting that bill passed. But we still have more work to do.
More work to do. Let me ask you this question, you guys. Are you guys feeling like we need, because let's be real, no party has a Black agenda. That's the biggest scam. They always say, oh, we got a Black agenda. Republicans say they got a Black agenda. Democrats say they have a Black agenda. No party has a Black agenda. Isn't it better that we just delineate from both parties and finally start our own party?
Later on today, Too Much, I'm having an interview with a mayoral candidate for Minneapolis. He's independent. Laverne, yeah.
When are you doing that? I want to be in on that. When are you doing that? I want to be in your room when you do that.
3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It'll be in my room, and then I upload lives that I conduct as interviews over on YouTube. So you can test the replay over there.
I think I'm following your YouTube. If I'm not, send it to me.
It's in my bio. Just click the link.
Okay. Then I might be following it, but I'll double confirm and make sure I'm following that.
Yes. Well, I left the Democrat Party in 2016. I had Trump and Hillary, and I did cast a vote for Hillary, y'all. But at that time, I was under the vote blue, no matter who, because Republicans is bad, even though she called us super predators. But I felt so bad within myself, and I said, Democrats don't deserve our numbers. And I went into non-party voting. So I could vote either party and stuff. And to me, the only hindrance is I got to vote for who wins the primaries. I don't have a say in the primaries. But even Brooke from the New York reparations hearings, when she sends out her calls to action, she does says, if you want to make a greater impact, leave the Democrat Party and go into independent, because we're no longer doing party loyalty. We want to look after policy, and there are Black politicians emerging, and we get to interview them. They're grassroots, and just, question them and see what happens if we're going to throw our support behind them. That's where I'm at with it, until we could actually start funding some things and switching. Hey, also, if there are seats uncontested in your cities, get in there. I know there was a group, not a group, but yeah, a group. But they're part of the lineage and they're on Twitter and they were saying for us to go look. You know how they have the Twitter spaces? They were saying go look in your cities and see what seats are available and what's uncontested, how you could get in there, even if you run contesting somebody. But it's time to throw our
Do y'all want to see
yeah.
a too much in office? Do y'all want to see some stuff like that? That's
Why
crazy.
not?
Do y'all want my mouth over there? You know, my thing is this. I would rather put somebody from the grassroots into that position. Now I'm like this too, family. Listen, I hear what BX is saying, and if there's nobody that's willing to stand up, I'll stand up. I'll go do it. But I'd much rather put somebody with more eloquent, articulate speech, and it's not about speech. I want to make sure that they're standing on business more than pretty much how they talk. I want to make sure that they are sold out for foundational Black Americans and not sold out to a foreign interest or to a party or to any group that really is that takes that really any group that's against us agenda wise. My thing is this: we don't have it. Those parties never had an agenda for us, and they keep begging for our vote. Don't you think it's time that we start our own party where our agenda can be on the can finally be put first, and we don't have to beg nobody to add this into their bill. We just start writing our own bills, and then we start getting behind that and pushing the line. Now I get it. We got to start at the local level. We can't just get all ambitious and go straight to the top. But when are we going to really settle in our minds that it's time that we get out of this rigged system and start putting our own system together, and we get our own party when we do that?
Yes, fact. I was real quickly. That's something I always preach as well. We state that we as Black Americans must abandon both the Democrats and the Republicans and create leverage with our own Freedmen Party, whereby we can develop our own candidates, policies, lobbyists, think tanks, journalists, economists, super PACs. Definitely would like to see more foundational Black American lobbyists. I'm not familiar with many of them. I actually did marketing for a candidate, a gentleman who ran as a reparations candidate. At the time, he ran as a Democrat, but his name is Dion D. Jenkins, and I was working with him in that aspect. Even though I did differ with him on some aspects in terms of what he spoke about in terms of the dollar amount, we were seeking, he was seeking. But I definitely agree 100% with us having our own party.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually happy to hear more discussion about that as well. So I'm really impressed to hear more and more people realizing that we don't belong to either of those parties. There's a couple things about that. Like, absolutely, hands down, we don't belong to any party. We absolutely should be our own party. I think that when it comes to voting, while Black people are not a monolith, and we are divided on and within our own community about certain things, when I think that when it comes to our vote, we ought to blindly be monolithic, in the sense that this is the only way, as an independent, self-determining group, it is the only way that we are actually going to achieve anything for ourselves. I'm very happy to start hearing that thing. But here is where I kind of start to differ within that own thing. Like, I'll still vote for the Black Independent Party, but I don't agree with Chris Atkins when it comes to things like the lobbying. I don't like lobbying. I don't like Citizens United. I don't believe in money being the root way to handle politics, because the moment you start saying, well, the game is lobbying, I don't like the game. And the game is lobbying, and it's all about the dollar amount. We're never going to have the same dollar amount as 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀 people. We're never going to have the same dollar amount as even the Hispanic community, since they have all of Latin America. So when it comes for dollar, we're never going to meet. So why are we going to get into the lobby game and say, oh, well, we're just going to lobby for what we want. I
Let me
don't
say
believe in the lobby game. I don't believe in Citizen United. I'll still side with you guys. I'll still vote with you guys. I'm telling you that right now. I'm still going to vote for whatever the caucus, the new Freedom Caucus FBA group is. But by that same token, I don't believe you guys are going far enough in the sense of correcting the system and playing the lobby game. I think you're going to be out-dollared every time. And if it's down to dollars and cents, and it's the highest dollar wins, we're still never going to compete.
I got you, but see, here's what I got to tell you, and I agree with what you're saying, and we are here to fix the system, and we are here to make it, create a true meritocracy. But the only way we're going to do that is we have to build our own ecosystem. We have to build our own manufacturing. We have to create our own opportunity and come out of this old system that's going to put us at the bottom and create something new where we can flourish, where the rules are clear and everything's transparent. But the only way we got, but here's the thing. Lobbying is the game of politics. If you go back to the very political inceptions, it's always been about money. How do you know who's guilty? You follow the money. The money's going to tell you exactly what the real agenda is. You follow it. We do need to lobby, and we can play in the lobby game. We can't play at the game that they're playing at right now. But to say never, I think that's crazy, because we're the biggest innovators. We're the biggest thing that ever happened to the planet Earth. And as long as we pull our resources together, we pull our $2.1 trillion together, or 5% of that, or 20% of that, or 2 to 3% of that, we can get in the game. So I want y'all all to do your research. I'm going to give you a website. And those who are foundational Black American, I want you to join the Telegram, because these are the exact discussions that we are having offline. We are building our own ecosystem. We're building the black dollar. We're building the black currency. I want you to go to fbacoin.org. I'm going to try to put it here in the chat. I just want you to go there and read and look at the website.
I'll look at that.
Think about how audacious we are trying to be and what we're trying to do. Okay? And I need you to join the Telegram. Don't just look at it and then forget about it. I want you to look at it and then join the Telegram and then get involved in the discussions and the conversations that we are having offline that is going to build our community. We don't listen. If you want to leapfrog and collapse time frames and get back the generational wealth that was missing, the only way you can do that is by utilizing the blockchain. We all need to be more savvy and more understanding of what the blockchain is and what it can become for our people. It is 2.0. The blockchain is Black Wall Street 2.0. If we build it on the blockchain, family, they can't drop a BOMB on it. Okay. If we build it on the blockchain, family, they can't steal it from us. They can't take it from us. They can't shut the blockchain down. There's no off switch for the blockchain, family. If we build it on the blockchain, it's like what our ancestors were doing with the stone tablets, but it's safer that way because nobody can come in and crush it and destroy it and blow. You see what I'm saying? If you put it on the blockchain, it's cemented forever. That's where we're mobilizing, and that's where we're moving, and that's where we're building our own cryptocurrency coin. That's not a meme coin; it's a community token where we practice group economics and we pull our resources together and we go back and figure out what our community needs, and then we start solving those problems. We have a DAO governance that's attached to our FBA coin. We're also going to attach it to a think tank, and we are going to be very political, family, when it comes to us. We're going to get in where we fit in. If we can buy a politician, we are definitely going to show up to the table with the briefcase and say, "Hey, this is what we want. Give us what we want." Now we understand that we can get outbid, and but that's the game that politics is. Politics is a game of money. And it works as the law of attrition. We have to understand that. The law of attrition says whoever has the littlest numbers and whoever has the most numbers, they're going to win. and they're going to overtake the little guy, and that little guy is going to be counted with their numbers. So we have to play that same game. We have to play that same mind, understanding that guess what, family? We're the righteous people on this earth. We're the only real judgment judges on this earth that can say, that has the moral authority to say you're doing something wrong, because our people's never done that. We've never went after another group or another lineage or another country. We never enslaved anybody. They came to our land and did all these things to us. So we actually have the moral high ground in everything that we do. And we need to keep that advantage. That's our advantage. But we still got to play the game.
Well, okay, so you did drop a couple nuggets in which I will investigate further, and I'm glad you mentioned the blockchain, because if we're going to play the same game using the Fed's currency and the IMF currency and somebody else's currency, then I don't want to play the game. But you're talking about something completely different when you're talking about blockchain and new cryptocurrency.
About a new system. We got to build a new system completely and come out of this old system, because the old system is big. It's not for us to dominate.
That's a totally different language, and that's a language that I can co-sign for, because that makes sense. But if you guys want to play the game in the old currency and with the Fed's money, which is not even government currency, it's a private institution, a private/public institution, but a '𝗖𝗏 institution, I don't want to play that game with them. I don't want to go down that road,
because they can print money,
right? And for us to chase that, to me, seems futile.
No, we're not chasing that. We're going back to the gold. We're going back to the copper. We're going back to the precious metals. We're going back to the resources. We're trying to back our stuff on that. We're trying to make sure we use this digital money and we get some real assets. Digital money and we get some real assets. That's the game we're playing, and we're gonna build it up over time. We have. I want you. All I want you to do. I don't want to tell I don't want to give you the whole thing. I want you to go to the website, check out the website, join the Telegram, and get involved in the conversation that we're having at the Telegram. And you'll find out that we're still at the ground floor. You'll be at the ground floor of something that's going to be phenomenal for our people for the future. We're trying to create a cryptocurrency that's for our people, 100% for our people, that's going to be with us long term. Well after I'm gone, well after you're gone, we're trying to create true sovereignty. True sovereignty, we may not see it, but our children's children will see it. That's the goal. We're going to pioneer this thing. We're saying our ancestor got us this far, and they pioneered it. Their sweat, their blood, their equity is in the ground. What they did, they didn't get the benefit off of it. Another group that's not even their children benefited off this. So kids of another lineage benefited off the work of our great grandparents and our ancestors. We're saying now as Gen X, we must be that seed that falls into the ground and paves the way for the future, for 2 generations into the future, 3 generations into the future. And what we do today is going to be a mark of everlasting sovereignty for our people for hundreds and thousands of years to come. Because this is the only, if we don't build it now, the next group is not going to be able to build it. There might not be any distractions that we got going on right now. But there's a lot of the timing is right. There's a lot of distractions going on where they're not focusing on us.
Yeah, the timing is strategic. I get it.
We have to take advantage of the time while all these rumors of wars are going around and things like that, and groups are trying to make power moves and power plays. They're not.
Yeah, let them deal in Machiavelli, and you guys move in the night. I understand.
Exactly. So please check us out. Anybody who's Foundational Black American, I think I put it in the chat. Did I put it in the chat?
I don't see it in the chat, but I did follow you. I did follow you. I also followed BX. I followed her as well. So
BX is in the chat. BX is in the Telegram.
Yeah, so I need to know when I should show up again in the Telegram, because I didn't get no notification.
Every day. Show up
every day. What time?
Anytime. The VC, usually we open the VC like 9 a.m. You know, we
Okay.
So I don't
always have
understand.
something
I don't
going on.
understand how Telegram works. I have the app and I've never used it.
We'll help you. We got people in there that'll make sure you get everything right. I
Yeah.
always say this: be careful, because when you're on Telegram, you know, weird people will send you messages. Make sure you know who you're talking to and you're dealing with at all time. Don't just go off of a picture. Make sure you have a connection to that person. So if you join our Telegram and somebody sends you a sidebar conversation, make them cam up.
Yeah. See, like I said, I'll follow you. I'll try and check that out. I have Telegram, but like you just said, so much weird crap happens. I don't use
Yeah.
Telegram because I don't understand it. I
Well,
don't understand.
Telegram right now is the easiest way for us to use to mobilize our people, because not everybody understands Discord, and not that Discord is just, it's just not as simple as Telegram is right now. Telegram, we can get you in, we can hop in a VC, we can have a video call or voice chat. We can get 100 people, 300 people in the Telegram, and we can talk just like we're talking right now. But here's the thing about Telegram: we don't have to use TikTok friendly words. We can make it plain, and we can put some real strategy down for our people for us to get ahead. Now we got a coin that we're about to release in the next 3 weeks. We're in the process of raising money for the LP right now. We're trying to just raise a low amount of number, like 15,000. And we're not and listen, I'm telling you like this. Everybody needs to do their due diligence. We need all hands at deck. We're building an ecosystem. We're making so many connections just based off the vision that we have for this coin. We got genealogy into our ecosystem. We're connected with a group or a woman. BX knows what I'm talking about. That's going to do all our genealogy, get us all lineage verified, man. That's the name of the game right now. Getting lineage verified and understanding what the city is and understand their terminology and how they do it. I love that system that they have. They're willing to join with us. They're willing to take our coin, and we're going to do some amazing things. We have we're bringing on a logistics company to help with delivery and on-demand delivery and buying products, and we're bringing on people that are creating their own products, and we're looking at building manufacturing. I mean, there's so many things we're doing, and we're coming out with a stable coin in the next 3 months so we can be used for business. We're coming out with a digital POS system. I mean, it's insane the things that we're doing right now. But what we do, we need all our people in the Telegram, and we need all hands at deck helping us build this FBA economy, because it's not going to build itself. I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm gonna work. Whatever somebody doesn't do, I'm gonna pick up their burden and add it to my burden. That's how I move. I'm gonna just go out there and I'm gonna start doing what I know needs to be done. And I expect, as people see me out there working, that they join with me. And that's kind of how the movement started. I started working, and then people said, "What are you working on?" "Oh, I like what you're doing." And everybody said, "Let me help you." So it's growing and growing and growing from the work that I've been putting in, and others just started adding their work too. So that's kind of how I move. Builders build with builders. I want to attract a group of people who are ready to build and ready to make sacrifices. I'm not promising anybody wealth. I'm not promising anybody riches. I'm saying we have an ecosystem that must be built. Somebody's going to have to make those sacrifices. The next 2 generations are going to, we're standing on our ancestors' shoulders right now, but the next 2 generations are going to be standing on our shoulders. We have to make sure that we build a solid foundation for them to stand on. Something where they don't have to go back into slavery, they don't have to go back into a corrupt system, and they don't have to get bullied by these immigrants and foreigners who know nothing about our lineage and what we're capable of.
Yeah, I'll follow. I'm on board. I like the conversation. It's actually the direction that we need to go. So it's good to hear it. It's good to, I will continue to listen and look out for it. Like I said, I don't mind joining the Telegram. What are you defining as FBA as far as I'm concerned? I mean, I'm biracial, and actually, I like to say this. My ancestors on the white side are from the Mayflower, and my ancestors on the black side are rooted in the slaves and freed slaves. So, I mean, when we talk about FBA or what is foundational Black American or foundational American. I myself, I call myself a real American on both sides of my family.
So I say this: I have, as long as one of your parents is of the foundational Black American lineage, that means you can trace your lineage back to the 1870 census. That's all that matters. We don't discriminate. We don't discriminate in FBA about biracial or by ethnic. As long as you understand that that Black. The only thing we're concerned about is that Black consciousness. That's the only thing that's going to liberate us. If you don't have the Black consciousness, this ain't for you.
Right. Okay.
But if you're connected to the 1870 census, and we are going to do lineage checks.
Yeah, I believe that.
Everybody that joins the FBA Coin family, you got to go, especially if you want to be part of a DAO, part of a think tank, part of the builders. We got to make sure we're building with our own lineage. We're not building with immigrants. We're not building with tethers. We're not doing that. We're building only with our lineage. And that makes it easier, because if we fuss and fight, at least we know we're fussing and fighting with our own people and not fussing and fighting with an op.
Right.
And I always say it like this: grace and mercy is reserved for our lineage, nobody else.
I agree.
So I'm gonna be extra patient with my people, because I know they're of my lineage, and I know at the end of the day, nobody's trying to get this wrong. We're trying to get it right.
Yep, I agree.
So that's it. Reno King, go ahead and unmute your mic, brother.
Yes, sir. You hit a lot of my talking points. So you took a lot of words out of my mouth with some of your statements in regards to starting our own party. At a point, I don't know at what point will we become to realize that we've been getting smoke and mirrors from both parties for decades upon decades at this point. It's the same. It's the same fight for the same problem every time it's time to run for office. So I really don't understand at what point many are going to need to see it's time to do that. I'm not a part of either party. I'm a part of what makes sense. For the life of me, I just don't get it. If somebody come right out and tell you I'm not doing nothing when they pit in the position, because Ice Cube pit a whole lot of politicians in certain positions when he came forward, with his plan. When he went out and got people to come out with a plan specifically for our community, and you had pushback out of our community for that. And I'm like,
that wasn't our community. That was Tethers. See, we don't remember. We got to check the lineage on those women that were talking mess.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Tethers who are starting gender war conversations that we should never be in. If you mad at your dude, be mad at your dude. Don't bring us into it.
Yeah.
Don't treat Ice Cube as if he didn't allow no black woman. No, you're not a black woman.
Mm-hmm.
See, we've always had these infiltrators in our camps trying to divide us. And now we know, lineage verification, that's going to let us know who's who. And if you're not trying to get your lineage verified, you're suspect.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We know, getting your lineage verification, that's a powerful move.
Mm-hmm.
Getting your genealogy done and letting people know that you really of the soil that you say you claim. That's powerful. That's going to let us know who the coons are, and that's going to let us know who the tethers are right away. Because if you're a coon, you get lineage verified and you start talking crazy, we're gonna be like, oh, that brother is way off code. If you're afraid to get your lineage verified, we just gonna assume you a tether, no matter what.
That's something you want anyway.
So that wipes both. That kills both of our enemies at the same time. That kills two birds with the one stone. It shows who our sellouts are, and it shows us who's the tether. See, that's the most powerful thing we could bring to the table: lineage verification. Did you get your LV check? Did you get your lineage verified yet? Why haven't you? What's holding you up? Okay, until you get your lineage verified, you gotta stay over there. But we over here building with the people who already got it done. So we're gonna keep you on the outs until we make sure you're on the end.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's good stuff. I don't know if you know. I said it earlier. Tulsa, Oklahoma, finally got it done with them getting their reparations from Black Wall Street.
That's what's up.
Yeah, that came out this year. So apparently, I think they have a black bill now to push forward. So that's a good move in a positive direction. There was plenty of Black Wall Street
about that, though.
Did you say a black billionaire?
No, black mayor. I think they have a black mayor now in Tulsa.
Okay.
That pushed that through.
Wait a minute.
I saw it personally while doing some research a couple of weeks ago. Huh?
No, BX wanted to comment on that. What
Is that specifically for the living survivors, or is that for the whole community?
I know it's for the living survivors, but I think he's pushing also for the entire community because it was some millions involved in that.
Okay, so I'm looking it up. One moment. I'm looking it up.
Yeah, just look it up because I came across it personally maybe about 3-4 weeks ago.
Right, so I'm going to read this to you. I entered, did Tulsa get their reparations, right? And it says, no, Tulsa. Can you hear me? No, Tulsa has not yet received formal reparations, though the city has announced a $105 million plan to address the harms of the 1921 race unaliving, you know, that there. This plan includes a private trust for programs like scholarships and land acquisition. So the living survivors have not gotten anything, and this is just in the talk.
I know. Okay, yeah. I know when he came on the news talking about it, he was talking about the living survivor. When I came across it, I came across him actually doing the, addressing the news about it. And when he was addressing the news about it, because I think the last lady that was alive died last year.
Ooh, don't say that. Viola Fletcher should still be alive.
It's one of them that passed away.
Yeah. Let me go further. One moment. Just hold that thought. So it says in June 2025, Mayor Monroe Nichols announced a $105 million plan called the Road to Repair. This plan includes a private Greenwood Trust, but this is the kicker. Mm-hmm. The plan does not include direct cash payments to descendants, but focuses on restorative programs to address the long-term impacts of the unaliving. Current status states the trust is intended to be funded by private contributions over 12 months. The trust is expected to become fully operational by June 2026. It's another program thing that we fund ourselves. It's not from the government.
See, we don't.
Well, I know it wasn't federal, but okay.
We're touching our money at all. We want the money. We want direct cash payments. The same thing they gave to the Japanese. The same.
Oh yeah. I get that. I just wanted to bring it to y'all attention because a lot of people don't even know there's been any talks about it.
Yeah, but we got to be careful how they, we have to make sure that we explain the whole thing. We can't just say, oh, Tulsa got their reparations. We got to say exactly what they got and how they got it. The truth is they haven't got nothing, and somebody can go up in there and steal that $105 million just like they always do.
Yeah, I mean, I brought it up because I saw it personally, but be it that it was brought up for discussion. Bringing it up for discussion can get to the bottom of it. That's when all heads come together to do the research from wherever somebody bring it up for conversation and do something about whatever they trying to pull, be it sneaky or otherwise. I just wanted to bring it to the attention because we were talking about it. When I thought about what y'all were talking about earlier, I thought about Dr. Boyce Watkins and Dr. Claude Anderson with Powernomics, and then that came to mind that I came across him discussing that to the news passingly. Because it was just passingly. It wasn't something I was,
If they're not doing it lineage based and they're not giving out cash, that's not reparations. That's a trick bag.
So let me ask you, Too Much and BX, since you seem to be a little more dialed in. You said Too Much, that you want cash as far as reparation. And I question not so much getting cash, but I almost would rather have land, and not just any land, but land with valuable resource on it. i.e., oil in the ground or uranium in the ground, or which are things that we have here on this on this continent or in this country,
I want
USA.
both. I want
Well, yeah,
both.
both is right. Both is
Yeah.
the right answer. But I hear everybody say cash, cash, cash. And there's a part of me that's like, yeah, I'll take the cash. But the real asset, cash can burn quickly, and whoever is printing cash will lose its value.
Right.
And they
So,
could take land
so
back like they did the
Right.
40 acres
Right.
in the mule.
So
So,
so 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 so, so here's what I'm saying with this. That's why the FBA coin is so important in getting a building a. See, here's the thing. This is just my opinion now, but I think that building the FBA ecosystem is more important than receiving reparations right now. Not that we're not going to stand on business to get reparations, but I think we have to have an infrastructure first.
okay, that's the kind of
Once we
language that
build an infrastructure, when we're going to say, okay, we're going to take that cash and we're going to convert it into digital, so they can't take that away. We're going to lock in the value and lock in the gains, and we're going to and if we do it right and we have our committee on it, we're going to make sure they give it to us the way we want it, lineage based, some sort of value that we can exchange and build our community with. We're going to need some land to go with that as too, and we definitely want some mineral rights and things like that. But if we
exactly
build an FBA ecosystem first,
right. Okay,
or at the same time that we're getting our we're standing on business for our reparations,
right.
we're going to make sure none of that money escapes our community, because that's what they're hoping. They want to give us reparations so we can dump it back into their
Right, to
ecosystem.
pass it off back onto them.
Right.
So,
We
so
want to build an ecosystem so we don't have to pass it on. We have, matter of fact, our the cryptocurrency that we have, it is designed to keep money in our community. Money stays in our community and just keeps getting recycled. So whether you hold the coin that has value or whether you sell the coin, guess what? A portion of that money goes into the treasury and stays in our community and gets used back into our community. We can give ourselves a community pool. We can develop a community pool where we can lend money to our people at 0% loans, that type of deal. We can use that money to lobby. We can use that money to buy back the block. We can use that money to buy a bunch of gas stations, a bunch of grocery stores to help. We can use that money to get agricultural advanced machinery to our farms. We can do a lot with that. See, what we need to do is we need to think about all that spending power, that $2.1 trillion, and it's growing. It's predicted to go to like $3-4 trillion in the next 5, 10, 15 years. What if we can lock in 5% of that every year? 20% of that. We already have initiatives. That's why I love our brother Foundational, because he's already brainwashing us with the truth. He's saying, look, listen, fam, we need to make sure that 85% of our disposable income is spent in the Black community with our lineage, and 15% you can go get you some tacos, you can get you some sauerkraut or some oxtails. You can spend whatever the 15% you want to spend on with whatever community. But 85% of your disposable income needs to be recycled back into our community. We have the ability to create our own millionaires. We're just not doing it. We have the spending power to fund our next scientists, to fund our own gas stations, to fund everything. We're just not doing it. And if we build a system that locks in and keeps us all together, and we say, listen, you can go beg for a loan out there, or you can come to your people and we're going to make sure you get it right. You get exactly what you need. If we build a system like that, a true meritocracy, a social credit score type of thing where you got to be on code to get everything, the sky's the limit of what we can do. And as long as they're not focused on us right now, we got time to just front load everything and stack up, and get ready for when they try to come to attack us. Now we have the means to kind of protect ourselves and put things in place to keep the ground that we're taking. See, it's one thing to take the ground, but if they come back and just knock us back down again, okay, we lost all those gains. But now, when we gain those inches, now we have the spending power and the infrastructure in place to keep those gains and make it more difficult for them to come at us. That's all I'm saying.
So I'm going to say this about just taking land. I'm not going to the bargaining table with just one thing. And also at the same time, we want to go with more than just asking for more than just land, but we don't want to get crazy with it. I think somebody said we need to ask for like 20 states, make sure we get all of the South in. So we got to be a little more realistic than that. Also, I find we don't talk about the elders enough. And maybe this is me being selfish, like I'm about to tell everybody else they selfish too. So we have to understand not everybody wants to move from the north to the south. We have elders, right, who migrated here maybe when they were 2 or actually were the first generation northerners, and this is all they know. Now, do they go to the south to visit their families? Yes. But they don't want to go back to Southern living. They want to stay home, which would be New York or Jersey, wherever. But I'm talking about my parents, right? Because I really had to call my sister today. New York is pricey, but this is all they know. And they got siblings here, and they got grandchildren here, and they got this, and they got that. Also, Northerners, not all, but some, don't know how to work or toil the land. Thank goodness my youngest son has learned, because New York also has a program for the youth where they teach them farming. So I'm thinking that we got to be more inclusive of the elders who want to stay in the north, and what they will require is not necessary. We got land in New York, which would be good for like cannabis farming and stuff like that, but they need housing. So like as we move forward, senior citizens buildings, we need to make sure that the city gives them a certain amount of percentage of the apartments in these buildings and things like that. So I think we got to think more than just land, because when you say land, you just think that everybody want to go to the south or wherever there's land available, but not everybody want to go to the south and not everybody want to own land. You get it? So I just wanted to interject that. Let's go to the bargaining table with more than just land on the table. And when you say valuable resources, I get that too. But they taking us off our land if they find oil. They're not giving us the land with the oil.
That's right.
Exactly. And then when you say just land, well, what about the seedlings? I think that's what we need, right? We need the machinery. We need this. We need that. So we're going to need some cash assistance. I'm going to want to pay somebody. I ain't going to trust somebody who just got their own land to take time out to come show me how to work my land. And I ain't going to trust my son to do it, because he may want to go to Phoenix and see his friends or Philly or wherever they at, his gaming crew. So we got to, be a little more, cash, land, medical, can't forget education. But we also got to think about the Northerners who's not going back to the South, the Midwesterners who's not going to the South. The Midwest got land probably. And the West Coast, that's not going back to the South. But they want things proper in their city or region. Yeah. That's all I wanted to interject, y'all.
Okay, very good, very good. Ness at the top, go ahead, brother.
Well, I mean, y'all pretty much covered it all. Like, because I heard cash payment, and I'm like, but a lot of our people would just take the cash and just spend it, put it right back into the system. But for somebody to, someone say a portion should go towards housing, maybe investing in business, of course, to build our own schools and hospitals, because we need to teach ourselves. And while they at it, they need to honor them 200 acres that they promised, which is at the time, 40 acres, which at the time it added up to like 200,000 acres. That'll be a good start. That's all I gotta say, pretty much. But this is my type of talk: reparation for Black people.
Yeah, man. When we're talking about reparations, I love what she talked about with the cannabis farms, because that's a way to reinvest those dollars back into our community and get more out of it. See, we got to have things in place. Excuse me. We got to have things in place to where we can start reinvesting our money back into our community. If we just get money in a lump sum, I'm not one of those people that believe we just all going to be dumb and trick it off. I don't believe that. But I believe that if we don't have a system to put it into, if we don't have a system that we can trust, that's transparent, that's a true meritocracy, that we're gonna lose those games that we're getting, and that's what they're expecting. They're like, okay, we could have given them to them this day, we could have given to them that year, but they're like, okay, let's get them all dumb and frenzied up, and then dump it on them. Because all they're expecting and all they're wanting us to do, especially the Africans. See, we have another player at the game. The African Union wants us to take that money and go build up Africa. You understand that? The African Union wants us all to get our money and go move to Africa and trick it off over there so their chiefs can come in and bulldoze our buildings when they feel like it. So their economy that's not transparent, that's not safe, that's full of scam, can grab all that money. That's what they want. They want us to bring reparations to Africa, and we can't allow that to happen, family. We need to build up America where we're at and make it stronger, build our community stronger. Listen, I'm like this, family. White people, they ain't never going to leave us alone. Y'all know that. They ain't never going to leave us alone. They want to control our innovation. They want to control our genius. They want a destiny swap. That's what they've been doing. They've been destiny swapping us since they came on this continent. We got to be so bold and so audacious and so radical that we need to build a dome over our community. You understand what I'm saying? We need to think about building that floating island where it makes it more difficult for them to travel to us. We got to think about how are we going to get secure. We have to put in things in place like we need to make sure that we can police our own neighborhood so they can't bring their police in here. We have to make sure we think about things like that for our community, because no matter when and how long or what they give us, family, they're never gonna leave us alone. We are gonna literally, like that young woman that went to Africa and got kidnapped in Tunisia and had to fight for her life. We are gonna have to fight for our life with these white folks, man. They're never gonna. I want y'all to understand this, family. They're never gonna leave us alone. We're too great, and they understand if they miss out on this greatness, they're done for. They have to control our greatness. They have to control our achievements. They have to control our geniuses, or they won't survive. So we are going to have to step up our game and do what we have to do. And when they bring that battle, when they finally get what they've been asking for, and we're gonna give them everything we got, because one of us can slay 1,000 and two of us is gonna slay 10,000. So we're gonna give them everything they asking for when they finally bring it to the front door. But we got to build up our infrastructure and get stronger first. And the key thing is, family, I know nobody likes to hear this. We got to get disciplined. This ain't the time to play. This is the time to build, get disciplined, and get on code. The code, we don't have leaders. The code is the leader. We cannot put a dream in a man anymore because they can unalive the man. We put the dream in the code. I Have a Dream 2.0 is the code embodies the dream, and we follow the code. And as we get on code, we become stronger, we become better, and the code is going to outlive us. The code is going to outlive us all. But if we have a strong code, nothing can shake us, and nothing can take us. The code is the leader. We all get on code, and we reach sovereignty together. That's the plan.
So I agree with you about what the Africans are doing, but I do have to ask a question. As we kind of separate ourselves, how do we plan to barter and trade with other nations?
Treaty. Everything has to be done in a treaty form. If they don't sign the treaty and they don't honor the treaty, we cut them off. We're building our own ecosystem, so we don't have to worry about them. We're building our own manufacturing. We're building everything from the ground up. We're not going to depend on them.
I understand that concept.
If they want to do business with us, it has to be in the form of a treaty.
The shale states in Africa are doing the same thing. Not all of Africa or the African Union, but the shale states are doing the same thing. And Libya did the same thing. So my question is, as we create our own ecosystem, is there a plan and thought to negotiate and trade with those type of independent ecosystem nations?
So
Because
I'm like this. We keep wanting to reach back to Africa. We still got the Caribbeans and we still got South America. I would rather do business with the Americas first and get us all locked in and in sync and work with the nation and the people that want to work with us on this side before I even think about going on that side. We're self-sufficient. We got everything we need over here. We don't need to trade with them if we don't want to. Now they want to trade with us because we got the money. We got the ecosystem. We got the $2.1 trillion. They're still stuck in the B category.
I know.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't know if I trust the Latin countries.
No, and we don't gotta trust no Latin companies. We got countries like Suriname. We got other countries that we can go to that want to do business with us when that time comes. But right now, I'd rather a Black American go over to a Suriname and open a manufacturing over there so it can be cheaper for us than we start going trying to barter and deal with their own people and think we're going to get a fair deal. Africans, listen, I've done business in Africa. They've never really done a fair deal. They don't know what a fair deal looks like. They would rather let the YT man use them and abuse them than do a fair deal with us. They want to make sure they feel like they need to get the bigger portion of the pie when they deal with us, and they're willing to accept the lesser portion of the pie when they deal with the YT man. So we can't trust. They don't have a system of integrity. You can get trapped in courts for decades over there. We're not trying to have those problems. We're gonna do a treaty, and you honor the treaty, and if you don't honor the treaty, you get kicked out. That's it. We do everything in a treaty format. This is how you're going to treat Black Americans. This is how we're going to do business with Black Americans. If it's not done, and we're going to put it on the blockchain. That's another advantage. We're going to put everything on the blockchain. You can put a treaty on the freaking blockchain and put it in a smart contract to where if it's not fulfilled exactly like what it says, nothing happens. So that's how we're moving. We're not playing these games. We're not playing games, man. We're getting serious now. And we're moving different. And we're moving with intention. We're not playing these games with those people no more. Listen, if you're not trying to do square business, don't show up to the table. That's where we're at. Eventually we'll do some deals with the diaspora. Eventually, but not right now. Right now, we're going to get our sovereignty ourselves. We're not relying on anyone to help us with sovereignty. We don't have any allies. We don't have any strong allies. These allies will turn and run on us. These allies will snitch on us. These allies will, as soon as the white T-man show up, they're like, oh, it's over. The jig is up. Let me just tell you what's going on. No, we don't want them knowing anything about what's going on. We want to keep them on the outside. We want to gatekeep everything, and they're going to be on the outside looking in. That's where we're at.
Well, that is where it's at.
That's where it's at, man. We're not playing games. We don't got time to game. We don't got time to play games. We got time to build this ecosystem and get our stuff off the ground. We have an opportunity right now while they're not paying attention to us. And our job is to make sure whatever we build with excellence, and we build with the future in mind. That's it. Anybody else? Because that's all I got for you guys, man. I don't really.
Well, I like what you're saying, man. Create a system to get reparations and never lose it.
Never lose.
Create infrastructure, eventually get into trading with China, whoever's willing to do good business. China, India,
We do it with a
Africa,
treaty, right? We do it in the
you
form of
know,
a treaty, and we do it on the blockchain. So they can't. Once you put it on the blockchain, they can't reverse it, family. They have to meet those requirements, or nothing happens.
absolutely. Absolutely. Because like you said, them white folks is gonna try to come for us, bro. They gonna come. They gonna
Gotta
come.
be ready.
They gonna
Yeah,
try it.
they gonna come. Listen, they ain't got a choice but to come. Listen, they ain't got a choice to. They ain't got a choice right now. They have to invade Africa. You understand what I'm saying? France
Yeah,
just collapsed. They ain't
yes,
got a
France. They
choice.
have to. Yep, they have to. They have to
They
go and
have to
take it.
invade Africa right now,
That's
family. They
right.
ain't got a choice.
That's
So
right.
what do you think they gonna do when we take away everything that we gave them back? They
Yeah, they
come.
that's right. They're gonna do the same thing that they've always done anytime we've ever been
We're
self-sufficient.
not naive about this. We know exactly what's going on. We're not naive. We're not naive. We know. If
That's
anybody
what
don't know,
we gotta also form a coalition to be able to defend ourselves.
right? That's what I'm saying. I need all y'all to join the Telegram, man, so we can really have a conversation about this, man. I can't give it all on here, man. Y'all got to join the Telegram, man, and get a part and be part of the building of this thing. Let me tell you something, man. We got a fantastic coin right now that hasn't even been released yet. We're about to release it, and everything we've tested this thing. It's ready to go. We've got people already, businesses that are ready to adopt this thing. Okay, we got things that's ready to get moving. We're getting logistics together so we can have our own
Man, it's kind of like you teasing right now. So I don't know how to get on this damn Telegram, but how do I invest in the coin?
FBA, go to fbacoin.org. I'm not taking no money right now. I'm asking y'all to do your due diligence right now and get in
Yeah.
the Telegram, and we gonna tell y'all exactly. Listen, if you in the Telegram, you're gonna know exactly when everything's happening.
I just saved it to my other phone just now, so I can read over it. And
Yeah, I just want family. Listen, I want to listen. I'm a relationship person. I'm like, let's slow it down. We're moving too fast. I don't know anybody. Y'all don't know me. Let's get to know each. Let's get to know each other. Let's build the trust, because once we build the trust, then we'll get the speed. We got too much misinformation, right? And we got too much just conning going on. We got misinformation and misleading and lies, and we got so much harm that's been done to our community. We got to slow things all the way down and get it right now. We got to get it right. We can't get it wrong. We got to get it right. And how are we gonna do that? We got to do it the right way. We can't leapfrog the process, family. The process is the process. We have to combat so many things that they've done to our community that screwed up our minds. We got to go back to square one. Let's get everybody's lineage verified so we know we all family, and then let's start building.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this. I hate for you to keep repeating that damn. I'm trying to flip the screen to get the website that you're talking about and into the Telegram. So,
FBA coin. It's just simple. FBA, like the hat,
Mhm.
coin, COIN.org.
Okay. Now the other thing I would say is I'll get in the Telegram and we can continue this further. I know as far as building the ecosystem and everything else, this is what I have immediately to contribute. I work in gas and pipeline distribution infrastructure. I know how to build infrastructure, particularly gas lines, electric lines, and everything else. I'm a union operator, operating engineer. I operate heavy equipment and everything else. When it comes to city building infrastructure, I'm right on. I'm heavily trained, and not only am I heavily trained, since I am in the union, I have access to training on all. When we talk about
We
what
want to talk to ASAP, and I want to talk to you about some other things too that deals with the government.
Well, I want to talk. I need to start talking to people about that too, because there's a lot of organizing that I see.
I want to talk to ASAP.
Yeah,
Give
like I
me
said. So I'm in Chicago right now. I'm in the local union here. I particularly right now do gas and pipeline distribution, but when it comes to building trades, heavy highway, and utility installation and everything else, I am union trained and I'm trained in all three of those industries. And like I said, so as far as immediate contribution in developing the ecosystem and developing land and building, I'm all in. I have a lot to contribute. I have a lot to develop. I have a lot to train other people
Come on,
to
brother.
give it. So I understand and I see what you're doing. And once we get into the Telegram and everything else, I'm going to challenge you. Just because I challenge you, don't mean that I'm contrary to what we're doing. It's just dotting I's and crossing T's.
We cannot have a echo chamber. We must be builders, and we must be able to communicate simple and clear.
Exactly.
Be direct, because we're men and women in there, so we got to deal with we have to deal with some of that too.
Right.
But as men, we know how we talk.
Yep.
Let's go to work and get it done.
Yeah, exactly. So I just got the website. I'm gonna tea party so I can, or teacup or whatever they call it, just so I can go look at the website and everything else. But I do want to be a part of this Telegram, and I do want to be a lot more involved. And like I said, as far as what I have to contribute immediately, I can build, I can organize, I can build.
Foundational is gonna love you, brother. Wait till
right.
Love you, brother.
Yeah, so I have a lot to contribute that way, and I've just been waiting for the right avenue to move in. I mean, there was a guy down in Texas who bought 5,000 acres and is trying to get people to move down there. And I was just like, let me talk to you because, I can help you build this land up. I can help you build this land for the future. You know what I mean? I can help build cities. I can help build infrastructure for the future.
We need that, and we need to build a freaking dome to protect our people. But real quick, y'all, I want y'all to go get our sister BK's book on Amazon. The name of it is Loving on a New York Hustler by Empress Simone. She's also in the Telegram. I want y'all to go get her book. I'm just trying to meet up with my sister so I can get it autographed. I need an autograph.
I'd be happy to.
I need an autographed copy of this of that. So that's what I need. But I need y'all, and we support. If you got a business, we want to support your business. We are buying. Listen, man, we are buying black. We are buying lineage. We are buying people who are of the lineage. We want. If you got a product out, we want you to make the best. We don't want you to put out nothing weak. We don't want you to put out nothing poor. We want to bring back that terminology, the real McCoy. The real McCoy comes from foundational Black Americans. Everybody wanted our products because we made it better than everybody else. We taught them how to make the stuff, and we make it better than everybody else. So we want to continue that legacy and make sure whatever we're building, whatever we're putting on the market is done with excellence. So if you have a business, especially if it's something that we can manufacture later on, we're looking at the brother that turned plastic into gasoline. We want to get it. We want to hurry up and build up our treasury so we can go get at that brother and get him to the next level, and then use that plastic, the gas station, for us. Maybe we use it and put it in our gas stations or whatever. Whatever we're going to do, we need to make sure we have our own thought leaders and we pay them. Our own scientists, our own philosophers, our own holistic doctors, not the fake ones, the real ones. We need to start making sure our people are healthy. So we're looking at agriculture. We're trying to do it all because we know this system is trying to unalive us. It's trying to zap everything. It's trying to keep us in a system where we have to be working and tirelessly and endlessly to where we don't have time to do anything constructive for ourselves or for our family. We are trying to come out of that completely and start Black-owned business. I mean, we're gonna be Black-owned everything.
How long is this?
Black. It's crazy.
I just looked at this. So how long is this website taking to develop, and how long is this organization created that website and these?
So the website was probably created at the beginning of this year. I started back in, this all started on a TikTok, man. Everybody said, hey, they tired of me smashing down on Africans and they want solutions. And I went to work.
Okay.
And I said, okay, let's go to work. And I put out the first model of the FBA coin in March. I didn't release it. I just put out the first kind of model of it. Then other people saw the work that I was already doing and said, hey, man, we can make this so much more better. And that's how it happened. People started joining in to the work that I already started. And that's how it usually happens. As you work, people show up.
Right.
As they see what you're building, as they start to see the vision, they start to catch the vision, and then they start to say, okay, I see myself inside your vision. Now I see what, like you already said, hey, this is what I can do. That's what it takes. You already know what you're good at. We don't know what you're good at until you tell us. And once you tell us, now we know how to fit you into the vision. Now we know how all the pieces of the puzzle come together. And that's what it takes. We want to attract builders, people who know how to build. We need people in technology. We need people in crypto. We need people who are entrepreneurs. We need people who are activists out there who know how to mobilize our people. We need thought leaders, people who are just so smart and they can think of back doors, indoors, side doors. We need strategists. But it's all coming from our people because we got the best of everything. The thing is, we just don't utilize them. Somebody else utilizes them. The dominant society steals them from us. We want to make sure that doesn't happen anymore. We want to the next generation of kids graduating high school and college. We want to be able to give them jobs. We don't want
Man, this like what you're just saying as far as the next generation, the next two generations. Like you said earlier, we're off the backs of what our ancestors did through the civil rights and everything else. And what happened to us between the 80s and 90s, there's a lot of times that I say to myself, man, the people who are in 20s and 2000s, 21st century kids, I feel like we failed them. We didn't have anything because of what happened through crack, because of what happened and everything else, the absentee fathers, all of this stuff. We kind of failed them. We have nothing to give to them. So the only thing that they have to look forward to is what they're trying to erase in the history books. But this right here is the best gift that we can give as a build from what our ancestors gave us, from emancipation to civil rights. But it seems like after civil rights, we were so disheveled, and through integration, we lost so much that that we've kind of failed our generation. And I'm talking strictly to FBA people.
Yeah, I don't think we failed. I just think we lost sight of some things. I think we've been infiltrated. COINTELPRO is real.
Yes.
I think this flat blackness hurt us. This new buffer class that they came in and they start putting above us hurt us. I think the crack epidemic hurt us. I mean, that destroyed our, the family. And
Right.
the growth thing, like you said, that harmed us more than it helped us.
Right.
I think I have a dream that we had, that we can live together with YT folks. I think that's proven to be a bad dream, a nightmare.
Yeah. Well, Martin Luther King said that.
Yeah, I think that's why we got to have I Have a Dream 2.0, and that's everything on the blockchain and everything pointed towards sovereignty.
Yeah, Martin Luther King said exactly what you just said when he said, "I feel like I led my people into a burning building before the poor man's campaign."
Yeah, I mean that's exactly what happened, and we marched to the tune. We stopped building with each other. We stopped spending with each other. We stopped getting along with each other. We started moving away from each other. I'm for building a compound, and we all growing our family on a compound like situation, so we don't have to keep moving and starting over. And the family needs to stay together. Listen. One thing I'm so glad that my father did was he instilled in me pride of my last name. Pride in my family. We got to bring that back. And I want y'all to listen, when y'all come into the Telegram, we got an FBA Constitution, family. We're talking about restoring the matriarchy and the patriarchy. There's no one above the other. We need both. We have a coin. If you look at our coin on the website, it has the woman and the man back to back.
I saw that.
Yeah, I noticed that too. I really like.
Nobody has a coin out there like that. We're We're not about the matriarch is going to rule over the patriarch or the patriarch. No. We need our women. We need our men. We need to work together. We're going to exercise patience with our women because we understand they need to emote and they need to be heard. And we're going to be patient. And we're going to exercise grace and mercy with one another. We don't reserve grace and mercy is not reserved for the non-FBA. It's only reserved for our group. So once we know you're living, it's a much different conversation when you know everybody's family.
Yeah, hurry up and do my lineage, damn it.
Yeah, we gonna get you, brother. We gonna get you, man. We got a lady. We got 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝘀𝗶. There's a company called 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗀 that does all our lineage verifications, man. And I'm almost done. I'm going through the process. All the partners are going through the process. Anybody who wants to be on the Dow, you got to go through this process. Those just by getting your lineage verification, that gives you extra votes in the ecosystem and the coin.
One moment, guys. So I looked in the box and there was Lady Delphina. She is from Tibet. I was going to ask you too much before we go further. I am changing the direction of my platform, meaning I'm doing more interviews of people who are making moves for the lineage. And if you have time, Saturday at 3 p.m. Eastern time, you could come on over. We could have the chat. You could tell everybody about the coin, and then I'll upload it to YouTube. I started my platform like this for the simple fact that it's going to waste. My journalism degrees I'm not really using that much, so I might as well go ahead and start interviewing and getting a shine to others. Like my elders, they watch my channel and they're like really interested now. This is a learning tool or a resource you can use to start the conversation with your family, because I didn't know how to address my elders with everything that was going on because they're Democrats. So it's an educational tool and a tool to shine a spotlight on those who are making moves in the lineage. I'm going to land there.
I'm with it. Whenever you need me, I'll make time and we'll make that happen. Go ahead, Lady Delphina. Go ahead. Let me let you speak. Please speak.
Well, thank you for the invitation. I'm over here listening and working. And yeah, I did want to co-sign Brother Too Much, that TBAT Task Force does offer lineage verification services, especially if you are developing your own safe spaces or where you want to service Black Americans specifically, and and making sure that you are servicing the lineage community. So if you, I'll leave the link in the chat. But if I'm not mistaken, and please forgive me because my brain is a little bit fried right now, it's TBAT Task Force or TBAT the Black American Tribe .org. But I'm gonna get it. I'm so sorry about that because it's a little bit late. But thank you guys. And yeah, I'm so excited to hear that the brothers' energy about tracing lineage and how am I going to get verified. And I love that because spirit recognizes itself, and we all like when you start asking those questions, I mean, the delineation has just been amazing because it's really been a separation of the wheat from the chaff. And you can tell when, the people cosplayers can't cosplay that. So anyway, sorry I hope I'm not like lullabying everybody to sleep, but I hope you have a great night.
You too. I'm glad you're here. Everybody, if instead of sending me the message, just send her the message directly and she'll get you right into where you need to be. Her company is the company that we use to get everybody lineage verified check, and she has that information. She can get you guys better than I can to the right people. So get your lineage verified. Go through TBAT. Make sure you're verified, and let's start chopping up some real game, and let's start doing some phenomenal things for our people. That's what it's all about.
Lady Dolphin, please give that website again. Can she please give that website again?
Even if she doesn't, just send her a message. Just send her a message and tell her, hey, I want to get my lineage verified, and I'm sure she'll send you a message back. TBAT I don't want to mess it up.
Yep, it's the blackamericantribe.com. And then I'm so sorry. Who was the gentleman that was asking for it?
His name is Dash.
Dash. Okay. I'll send it to you. I don't know if we're allowed to put stuff in the message of the TikTok, so I don't want to do anything.
You can. I put, nothing's gonna happen to it. You can, but I know people won't be able to. They'll have to
It's
write
not
it
a
down.
hyperlink.
Yeah, it's not a hyperlink. So when you
Okay.
send it in, and when you send it in the message, don't put it in a text message. Put it separate outside the text message. So if you're gonna send like a little short message, send a short message, and just send the link, and they'll be able to copy and paste that link and get right over there.
Okay, got you. Thank you, brother. Too much.
You're welcome. Thank you, Lady Delphine. Thank you. So that's what it's all about, family. It's about really doing something that's going to really make changes. It's not about talking anymore. We're done talking. We done did all that. It's time that we start working and start building. Again, this ain't the time to be playing games. This ain't the time to be relaxed. This is the time that we actually need to all just go ahead and get on code and start doing the things that we need to do. Because by the time we listen, Trump ain't been in office even a year, and y'all already seen the things that are happening. You know what I'm saying? It ain't even been a year yet, and it feels like he's been in the office too long already. You understand what I'm saying? So if we need to take advantage of this time to get ourselves together, to mobilize, really do something, really make a strong power move, push, stay under the radar as much as we can, and then by the time we pop out, they ain't gonna know how. They gonna be like, well, hold on, man, we losing money in this area and that area. They not going to the convenience store no more. What's going on? We done switched up. We got a whole new ecosystem. We getting our soap from our people. We getting our dishwashing, the detergent. We getting everything from us. We done replaced everything that we used to buy in their system. We got it all in our system, and we just switched it over. We're getting our rice. Yeah, there's a sister that make pancakes with black-owned pancakes and black-owned syrup. So we are trying to we're trying to build this ecosystem, family. We're just trying to build this ecosystem and build it big, build it luxurious, build it awesome. We're trying to have our own name brand of clothes. We want to come out with our own hemp line. We're going to bring back hemp clothing wear. We're going to bring that back, family. And we're going to dominate in that. Y'all know y'all know
that was the number one. That was the number one cloth used. It was the number one cloth used in at the during the 13 colonies and up to the Civil War. It was the number one cloth that was used. Just a little past after the Civil War, actually, it was all made out of hemp.
We gonna bring that back, and we gonna make it bigger and better than ever. I don't want y'all buying Gucci, Prada no more. We gonna have our own swag, our own clothing, our own luxury brands that we support in our ecosystem, and it's gonna be phenomenal. They gonna want what we got because anything we put on, we make it fly. They're gonna miss out on all the genius that we gonna lock into our community, and we're gonna gatekeep that, so nobody can say African did this. Jamaicans did that. No. This is all foundational Black American excellence that we're displaying. That's it. We're off to the races, man. Who wants to build? Let's build. It's time.
So I have some origin questions. When did FBA start? Was a coined term because I'm just now recently hearing it in the last 2 months. Where did it come from? Where's the origin?
We got it from Dr. Claude Anderson. Dr. Claude Anderson called us Native Black Americans, right?
Okay.
And then a guy by the name of 𝗔𝗶𝗵𝘁𝘂𝘁𝗄 just took a hold of that word and said, you know what? We can be stronger. Foundational Black American. That's it.
Okay.
Everything, even our group economics that we're putting on the blockchain came from Powernomics. It came from our brother, Dr. Claude Anderson. We got to give that brother all the respect because, he told us what we need to do and we didn't listen to him. We didn't listen to Elijah Muhammad when he was talking. We didn't listen to Farrakhan when he was talking. But guess what? They were right. Black folks have to do for black folks. It's always going to be that way. If we don't build our own ecosystem, if we don't have our own, it's never going to be good for us. We're always going to get people come in and cut the line before us, because that's the way the system is designed. It's designed to keep us at the bottom and make everybody else rise off of our efforts. But if we remove our efforts out of that system is eventually going to collapse anyway. It's just going to be faster once we all leave it, once we all exit it, and we start our own. And when that system collapses, we already ready to go. We don't have to start over from scratch, family.
Yep.
We don't got to start from scratch. We can just continue to build. That's the secret sauce right there. But again, man, y'all got to come in Telegram, man, because I can't give it to y'all over here. You know.
Yeah, I already got into the Telegram and requested that, and I looked at the Telegram. I saw the welcome, so
Awesome.
I checked that.
Go there real quick, and I will send you a message real quick. Yep, got you right there. Welcome home, family. That's what I'm gonna send. Appreciate you, brother. So I just sent the message back. But yeah, that's what it's all about, man. We're building. We're trying to build, for lack of a better word, an army. All hands at deck. Nobody's the leader. The code is the leader. We follow the code. The code keeps us safe and sound. If one of us fall, guess what? We got 50 more that's gonna rise up in its place, because the code, we gonna put the dream in the code. We're not gonna put the dream in the man anymore. We're gonna put everything in the code, and the code is gonna keep us safe and sound. That's how we're moving. You know, whoever has the ball, we just rally behind the person with the ball and make sure he crosses the goal line. If he drops the ball, somebody pick it up. We rally behind that person and we make sure we get across the goal line. That's it. It's not going to be easy. I don't believe anything is easy, but it's simple. It's simple. Simple is not easy. How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. That's it. That's the game plan. We're going to tackle everything in small bites and get what we need done. We're going to delegate where we need to delegate at. You know, we know people are stronger in certain areas. We're going to let them do their thing. You know, have anybody heard of Scrum? Anybody know what Scrum Master is and Agile Flow is? Anybody know anything about that?
I'm looking into that right now.
Okay, we're running everything in a Scrum Master fashion. You know, if you know anything about Scrum, that's like the newest thing that people have been using, probably around 2009, 2010, 11, 13. It replaces project manager. A project manager used to be like your boss. Now everybody comes together. Everybody knows what they're supposed to do. We have these little meetings and we talk about it. We don't spend a long day talking about it. We know what we need to do. If there's any problems, the Scrum Master's job is to just solve those problems. And we all work together to finish the goal. That's kind of how we're moving in this building thing. If you're good at building, great. We're not gonna micromanage you. We're not gonna, we're gonna say, hey, we have a time limit that we wanna reach. If we need to adjust the time, we can do that. But we're gonna put deadlines on what we need to complete and get done, and then we're gonna go back and work our way to the deadline. And everybody knows what they need to do, and that's it. That's how we run. Eventually, it's gonna get to where we're gonna have administration and paid jobs available and things like that. Right now, everything is volunteer. We're all volunteering to build the ecosystem. But eventually, it's gonna come where we're gonna have a robust treasury where we'll be able to pay our people, and we want to pay our people. We want to make sure that our people are getting paid for the job that they're doing for our community. We don't want any of our best and our brightest going over there. We want our best and our brightest choosing to stay here. And I'm telling you, if we do it the right way, the money's going to be 10 times better over here than it was over there. 10 times. That's how we want to do it, family. We want to make sure we treat all our people the right way, doing the right things.
Hey, I got a quick question. You know how they discontinued the pennies?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't we collect all the pennies?
That's not a bad idea.
Steal them all, take them all, find them on the ground, and put them in a penny pot. They're going to be worth a lot of pennies were made out of copper, but if we kind of pick up all the pennies, you remember that old saying? You always pick up a penny on the ground and save it.
So let me tell you how you see. That's funny that you said that because we've already been talking about coming out with like a copper dollar, and we've already been talking about backing our cryptocurrency through gold, silver, precious metals, copper being one of them as well too. You know, so.
You froze up too much.
Froze up.
Yeah, everything froze on that one.
You froze up too much.
Froze up.
Yeah, everything froze on that one.
Yeah. For having me. Can you hear me?
Back control. And we have strategic ways that we can do it. We have people like one of my uncles. They own a gold mine in South America. Okay, so there's things that we're trying to do for our community, but we just have to be strategic about doing it because they found ways. Just like they locked us out of the diamonds. And we know diamonds are not worth anything. Y'all know that, right? Y'all know that. Y'all know the whole agenda behind diamonds, right?
Yeah, De Beers locked it out just to hike up the value and
there's no scarcity in diamonds, people. Diamonds are not rare, they're not scarce. They're just a little stronger than glass. You know, they're really, those little things, those little diamond tests they be they made you think this diamond was so precious and it's really not.
No.
It's really not, family. So we are exposing those lies and we get into the real precious metals. We get into the real McCoy thing. But listen, man, I can't stay on here too much longer, y'all. It's 1 a.m. where I'm at. I'm in California. It's 1 a.m. over here. I'm gonna have to get some sleep. VX, whenever you need me, I'm available. Whenever you want to do that, I'm available. Any last words? Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Any last words from anybody on the panel before we shut everything down?
Yes, I just want to say thank you too much for having me on the panel tonight. And like I told you, you have the patience of Job, right? So it turned out to be a very a good panel, very informative, and we got to meet future new family members. So hopefully everything goes well. Because I'm a part of Tibet too. So hi, Lady Dolphina. Thank you for gifting. And I want to say peace, love, light, and reparations to my foundational Black Americans. I love us for real. Thank you too much. I'll be in touch tomorrow sometime or later sometime.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, I'm going to drop now. Have a blessed night, Lady Dolphina.
Good night, BX.
Good night. Good night, y'all.
Did you want to say any last words?
I just would encourage everybody to say your ancestors' names. You'd be surprised what you can accomplish when you do it in their honor. So, and if you don't know your ancestors' names, tap in.
There you go. Reno, you got anything?
This was a good conversation, brother. You know what I'm saying? I tap my hat off to you. You went over a lot of history and a lot of stuff that we could definitely stand to learn from. Based on our past experience, the Dr. Claude Anderson's. I'm into Dr. Claude Anderson and Boyce Watkins. So that was good stuff that you put out there. And I'm gonna be. I went ahead and followed you. I'm gonna be keeping up with you, and when I get up, it's 4:00 where I'm at. So when I get up, then I'm gonna read over the site, and then I'll be wanting and tapping in because I don't have that Tele app. I've never used it.
Okay.
So,
yeah. And once you get over it, once you get the Telegram app, just trust me, we got people in there that's gonna make sure you write so you protected and safe, and you don't have information all out there and things like that. We have people in the Telegram that's going to walk you through and help you set that thing up the right way. So don't worry about all that. We're going to get you right. We're just using it right now. Discord is a little bit too complicated for some people, and we eventually want to move everybody over to the Discord, but we just felt like Telegram was just simpler and cleaner, and we can get to our people right away, and then we can get mobilized. So we will be moving to Discord or have both at least. We'll have both.
Okay.
Okay.
Is Discord an app? Is that an app? You're saying it's an app, Discord?
Yeah, Discord is another app that we use. Yeah, Discord is another app that we use. Yeah. Any last words, Dash?
Yeah, I am really finally happy to run across this panel, just because a lot of stuff, like how you started this, how this all started with you. A lot of stuff I've been hearing on TikTok, I've just been like, okay, this is peanuts. This is futile. This is not, a solution to the problem, and we're squabbling for pennies here. So I'm glad to actually be able to have an intelligent conversation with people about answers and solutions. So I'm thankful for the information. Lady Delphina, I will send you my information right away. I can't wait for you to verify. I can't wait for you to verify so we can move forward, because I think there's a lot that I can do to contribute with my skill sets. The only thing I will ask, and I'll say to you too much, when it comes to the technology, man, I'm 50 years old. When it comes to navigating this technology, like, I understand things, but I need more lessons. Like when you're saying the blockchain, look, I've invested in XRP, I've invested in some of these blockchains and things like that. So I have an understanding, but I don't have an understanding. You know what I mean? Like when you say blockchain and everything else, I get concepts of it because I've invested in it now. But
we're gonna start doing a blockchain 101 classes to get people kind of up to date and understanding what it is. I want you to look at the blockchain is nothing more than a ledger. It's a digital ledger.
Okay.
Think of it like a million computers who are keeping the same information.
Okay.
And if any computer have a different information to what the rest of the 100,000 or the 100 million have, they quarantine that computer and make it either update and get it right, or it gets kicked out of the community.
Okay.
It's the most trusted, most transparent thing that we ever had.
Okay.
When it comes to business and record keeping.
Okay.
So we can put TikTok. I want to expand your mind. We can put TikTok on the blockchain.
Okay.
We can build our own social media platform and put it on the blockchain, family. There's so many things we can do with it. We can take a regular will and a regular trust and put it on the blockchain, and it's more airtight than just having the paper version and putting it in your safe.
Right. Okay. So yeah, I mean, there's some language and some stuff that's used where I've read it, I understand that it's being used, and that's how, but understanding the in and outs. So yeah, 101 on that type of stuff. I need information. Look, there's information I need to be able to better understand. I'm smart enough once it's explained to me to navigate it, and I can make improvements on things. I just need to understand how it works. So, I really appreciate the platform. I'll let everybody drop down. I did try to friend everybody that was on here on this. And of course, I already got on the Telegram. I'll look at Discourse. And like I said, what I have to contribute, I can give my skills in infrastructure. I can give my skills in building heavy highway and utilities. And I can develop an army for that. Meaning, I know a lot of brothers that are in it. I don't know if they're foundational yet or not, but I have access to a lot. Nationwide, because I am a part of the international, I have access to a lot. Nationwide, because I am a part of the international operation engineers. So I'm a local union member. I have national training with a lot of, we're salt and pepper. There's a few of us black ones in the unions, but I have access to them. And if they're FBA, I can bring them through. I have access to them. So You know, when it comes to developing and building and having connections to building the ecosystem, and I mean the hands-on building part, the part that, you know, Du Bois and Booker T. Washington are argued about, whether we be education in schools or whether we be Masonaries, I can bring the army of Masonaries. I have access to that.
Love it.
So that's what I can contribute. That's my skill set. I'm not a college brilliant person. I'm not the new computer engineer people. I'm not that. I'm just a plain old fashioned blue collar construction dude, and I got a bunch of us that I know.
Love it. Okay. Well, we're gonna talk. We're gonna talk in Telegram. So I'm excited for you, brother. I'm glad you're excited about getting your lineage verified. I mean, that's to me that's the most important thing. That's a game changer for everybody in our community. Once we know who's who, then we know how to proceed.
Yep. So yeah, I'm eager. Lady Dolphina, I'll be talking to you very soon. I'll give you some information now.
All right.
All right. Be well.
All right. Take care, everybody. Peace, love, reparations, and the blockchain. Take care, everybody. See you guys tomorrow.
Take care. Be safe.
Thank you.
Be blessed.